to check to see if Gordon wants to raise his hand to give an update, because I know he had mentioned that. There we go. I'm going to promote Gordon Green, VSO officer.
Thank you. Good morning, Gordon.
Hear me?
Yes.
All right, perfect. All right, well, I do have a few things to report. Things have just been moving along. I was able to obtain my accreditation through the Veterans Administration, so that is done, and I'm not worried about that anymore. Spent a lot of time studying to get that done, so I'm happy that's out of the way. What's happening now is I have to go through background investigation through the VA, and I traveled to Reno yesterday to get fingerprinting done. As soon as that's done, from what I understand, I'll obtain access to the actual VA's, what would you call it? Basically, all the information they have stored on veterans, I can access that. I can't do that now. So when a veteran calls me to check on their on the status of a claim, I have to go through a different VSO office, and then they have to look it up and get back to me. It's just, you know, it takes a little more time than needed. So as soon as that's done, from what I understand, I'll be able to do my job a lot better. Not that I'm not already doing a great job, at least I feel like I am.
So do we.
With that being said, in Mono County, currently I have, I think, 4 pending claims that I'm working on. And in Mono County, in the past few months, I've also done a few claims that I've never done, and the veterans actually got back to me and told me that everything went through, and that was some grants to restructure their housing to accommodate like wheelchairs and things like that. So it was really good experience, and it's working out really well. And I'm sorry about that. That's pretty much the update. Things are just going, and they're going in a good direction.
Well, that's great to hear, and congratulations on your accreditation. Any questions for Gordon? Supervisor Peters?
Yeah, I just wanted to, not a question, just thank Gordon for connecting with a local veteran here in Bridgeport and his caregiver. I think he's been aware of this person, and it's critical to have somebody who lives alone and has been alone for years and fighting an end-of-life cancer. So thank you for helping there in whatever way, and keep me posted and let me know if there's anything on my end that can help with.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, comments for Gordon? Well, thank you, Gordon, for coming to present to us and just update us today. Really appreciate that. Regularly seeing your face and hearing about what's going on, and look forward to you furthering your access to the data to help our veterans here in Mono County. It's really a valuable resource. You are a valuable resource. So thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice day. Do we have any other commission or department reports?
Madam Chair, while Gordon is on, hopefully he's still on as a not a panelist, as an attendee. Just an update. We do have a draft of the contract with Inyo County for the VSO services that is circulating through risk and finance now, and Inyo County has given some comments on it. So we're working towards it, but it's been a little slow.
Okay, thank you for the update.
And I know that Gordon had inquired about it as well.
And Stacy, real quickly, and I apologize, Madam Chair, for jumping in, but we did not have a similar contract previously, did we?
No, we have never had one.
Okay, thanks.
Any questions or comments from my colleagues on that matter? Okay, thank you for the update, County Council Simon. Are there any other department or commission reports?
There are no other hands raised.
Okay. Thank you. We'll move on then, if not, to our next agenda item, which is our consent agenda. We have 4 items on our consent agenda. Anybody wishing to pull anything? And if not, I'd entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Great, thank you. Do we have any public comment on the consent agenda? And if not, roll call vote, please, Queenie.
There are no hands raised for public comment. Supervisor Corliss, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Dugan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Gardner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chair Kreitz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Peters, how do you vote?
Yes.
We have 5 yeses and 0 nos.
Okay, great, thank you. All right, then we'll move on to agenda item 6, which are correspondence received. The first item we have is a letter from the Simpson family and employees of Bridgeport Shell Station recognizing county employee Donald Starks. And what a heroic and really impressive, smart, fast response that can't imagine had he not done what he had done would have happened in the community of Bridgeport. So I just want to recognize him and thank him very much for that act. Any other comments or public comment on this item?
There are no
I will
hands
just
raised.
echo your comments, Chair Kreitz. And I've spoken with the owner of the gas station and said, was this really like, just, would have gone out by itself? Would it? He said, had he not done what he did, it really could have been catastrophic. And just it's a really important thing because other people walked right by it, like saw it and just didn't do anything. And so he immediately took action and represented Mono County with the highest regards. So a lot of thanks to him.
All right. If there's no public comment or other supervisor comments, I'm going to move on to agenda item 6B, which is a request for party status and opening comments of the Mono County to California Public Utilities Commission, the CPUC, ordering instituting rulemaking 20-09-001. And so just this is the comments that we submitted within the deadline from the CPUC regarding the middle mile funding from, I think it's AB 156 that they're looking for comments on. And that was submitted, like I said, prior to the deadline. Are there any comments on this matter? Supervisor Peters?
Seems like I just want to comment on everything today, but I want to thank everybody who, including Chair Kreitz, County Council Simon, IT Director Greenberg, who really pulled together an excellent document to formally allow us to be part of this process, which, it's not as easy as writing a letter. And it was, into the wee hours of the morning. I know County Council Simon made it work, and just really want to thank them because it is critical. And I know RCRC and CSAC have done similar, submissions to help, advocate for us, but to be there as a, as a county, a government entity is important because the value of the comments that we placed at this time and that we potentially can continue to comment being in a formal manner are taken more creditably than just a comment that comes in general comments, which anybody can make comments to the CPUC on this matter, the mapping of the middle mile, what exists, what potentially would be appropriate for an area. So just big thanks to everybody, and It's beginning of a really good thing. The new middle mile in California.
Supervisor Corliss, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I just want to, and I want to add my gratitude and appreciation to County Council staff and to both Supervisor Kreitz and Peters for working on this. And just, you know, to the public, this is all really hard to understand. It's hard for us to understand too. It's not straightforward at all, but it's very important in addressing some of the broadband issues that our communities experiences. This continues to be one of the top issues I hear about. So, you know, just want everybody to understand that this formality that's very complex and yeah, as Supervisor Peters said, goes way beyond just writing a comment letter, will allow us to really inform implementation of this legislation and hopefully improve our situation locally. So again, thanks to you all.
Do you have any public comment on this item?
There are no hands raised.
Okay. Just echo the gratitude to County Council Simon and her staff for submitting the letter, Nate Greenberg for meeting multiple times and writing the letter, and Supervisor Peters and everyone who participated on this, because, you know, I'm getting updates now on who's submitting comments, and it really isn't everybody in the state, you know, PG&E. There's a lot of people weighing in on this, and to have our name be part of that, to represent the region. In Yoke County, I know submitted comments as well. It's really critical to help ensure that, like Supervisor Corliss said, that we further broadband in the way that we see the need here in the Eastern Sierra from our perspective on the ground, and in with light of what we've heard from the public and the grand jury. So I look forward to continuing to participate in this process with Mono County and the CPUC. All right, then we'll move on, if there's nothing else, to our next agenda item, and I hope we can promote Kendra Knight, please, to be a panelist. This is our regular morning agenda item 7A, which is an introduction of Waste Connections Sustainability Coordinator, Kendra Knight. And good morning and welcome, Kendra.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Great. Thanks so much for having me here today, you guys. I know everyone's so busy, so I'm not going to take too much of your time. I'm going to give you a brief presentation here and see if I can share my screen right here. Hang on. All right. Everybody see that right there, that presentation?
Yes, looks great.
Excellent. Thank you. So basically here, I just want to tell you guys about what I'm doing in my newish capacity as Sustainability Coordinator for Mammoth Disposal and Bishop Waste. So Mono County and Inyo County, actually. And right here, you'll see, obviously, we plan on reducing, reusing, and recycling. What I'm here to actually talk about is some of the capacity of what I do. I know all of you in different capacities, but currently I'm the Sustainability Coordinator. And what that means is basically I'm helping educate our public, the community, sort of outreach on all of our mandates for CalRecycle and recycling education, and basically just talking about how we recycle properly and what we can do to recycle in our area and our community and make it more sustainable. One of these mandates is this AB 341 mandate for commercial recycling, which also includes multifamily and residential dwellings of 5 units or more. So really, businesses that generate 2 cubic yards or more of commercial solid waste per week, or the multifamily, are now required to recycle. So these folks can self-haul, subscribe to a hauler like us at Mammoth Disposal, and arrange for services to be picked up, just basically yielding that result of diverting as much waste as we can. So that's AB 341 right there. And what this means for commercial businesses, multifamily, if you're a business owner, contact me for a trash assessment. What I do for that is basically look through your trash, figure out what can be pulled and diverted. from the waste stream. And I've done this with several businesses recently and diverted with one in particular 30% of their waste. So it's really cool actually what we're doing. There's also another mandate, and this, you guys don't even have to read all this. Basically, SB 1383 is a mandate that Governor Brown set in 2016, but now we're actually finally required to start following some of these guidelines. With us in Mono County and being rural, we actually don't have to follow as many of these guidelines. It's not as strict for us because of our issues with the low density population, rural location, our wildlife issues. We have a lot of different issues that cities don't face. So what we're going to do in here, I'm not going to even get into all of this, but basically what this states, we're going to try to divert 50% this year of organic waste disposal. And then by 2025, 75%. So this is California. These are our goals right here. Right now in 2020, we're about 25%. So we're not there yet. You know, we have a little time here, but we're going to get there. And what this basically means for us in Mono County is that you see down here, if certain conditions are met, CalRecycle, they're going to issue us some waivers. I've been talking to them a lot. I talk to them weekly, our representatives there. So we have exemptions that we will actually be not required to fulfill certain guidelines. So I'll let you guys know about that as we progress here. We'll just be required to adhere to certain guidelines in here in SB 1383. And by 2022 is when we really need to start focusing on this. So I'll keep updating you guys as we go along here. And this is basically to tell you guys what we're recycling in Mammoth today. So this changes, as you might know, commodities, recycling is a commodity, so it often changes. And with what we're doing today for recycling, currently today, we can recycle number 1 and number 2 plastics at Mammoth Disposal. And what are those? You guys probably all know, but you know, just to give you a quick update on that, the PET plastics, those strong, lighter color, kind of clear, BPA free, et cetera. And then we have the HDPE. Those are the number 2s. Those you see for like your bigger water bottles or laundry detergent, that kind of thing. We can recycle all of that. And we can always recycle our glass bottles and jars, clean, flattened, corrugated cardboard, newspaper, and office paper, aluminum and steel cans. We all know we don't want to put recycling, our styrofoam or plastic bags in our recycling. We have found that that actually contaminates the entire batch, unfortunately. So we really ask people to be really careful about what you're putting in there. We don't want any of this stuff in there. A lot of people have been putting some COVID waste in there, and that can actually contaminate the entire batch too. We can't do pizza boxes currently, and paperboard. That's a big one, you guys, paperboard. So hold on one second. I am working diligently on trying to find processors in our country, in the mainland, that can process paperboard. So we're trying to keep it more local and find processors in California within our state. As we know, if we haul further and further, then we're using fuel. So that kind of counter affects what we're trying to do with recycling and all of our efforts with sustainability. This is a new-ish brochure and e-flyer you can find on our website, mammothdisposal.com. And I have a lot of these as green printed brochures I'm happy to share with any of you. This just basically tells what we can and can't accept today at Mammoth Disposal and our transfer station. And I'm working with High Sierra Energy Foundation and their Green Business Program to certify businesses as green. So I help and perform the trash assessments. It's really cool, you guys. So if you do have a business or know of a business owner that's interested in this, please send them my way. What is a green business? Basically, we know certified green businesses, they can exceed in all the environmental regulations, implement specific practices to reduce pollution, save water and energy, and protect human health. My own business was recently certified green, Bluebird Imaging, and then I was able to help certify Noodly, newer restaurant here, and we're getting Mammoth Roasting Coffee Company certified soon too. I just did their trash assessment. And this is what I love. My passion is teaching art. Some of you guys know I used to teach art from Mono Arts Council. So within what I'm doing now, I get to help and teach upcycled art and recycling. We did this project in Lee Vining. This was so fun, you guys. So we took some cans and bottles that were going to go to recycling and newspaper that would have been recycled, created a paper mache type project, and made vases. And it was right before Mother's Day. So all the kids decided these would be vases for mom. And I did some more of this in Bishop, more upcycled art. It's just so fun, you guys. And then the kids, they learn about this. They're so passionate. They tell their parents. basically, everything I'm doing is a lot of outreach and education. And if you guys have any, please contact me. This is my work phone number, 760-616-4307, or email me, kendra.knight@wasteconnections.com. Please recycle right. That's my contact info again. I was on a sort line with our recycling drivers. It was pretty fun. So behind us there is all that recycling. I got to see what some folks are putting in their stream. So it's pretty interesting. But if you're in doubt about what can and can't be recycled, please contact me and I'll help you guys out. Thank you so much. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Thank you, Kendra. That was
Thank
great.
you.
I have a quick question. If batteries can't be recycled, I don't think they belong in the landfill. Where on earth do we put them?
I love that question. Okay, so I'm actually working on that. We can take the hazardous waste at our transfer station. We dispose of it properly. We have someone else that hauls that. It's not recycled though. So what I recommend, this is something I do in my own business, is I have TerraCycle boxes. So I recycle e-waste, batteries, certain things that we can't put in our recycling here. I'm going to send you guys that link. I'll email that to Queenie, if that's okay, Queenie, and then she'll distribute that. So you have to pay a little bit of money for these boxes, TerraCycle, but you can recycle almost everything through this company that's out of Oregon. So I'll send you guys that info. But I am working on getting more things like e-waste, batteries in our recycling program.
So people would buy these boxes and drop them off at the transfer station?
So really it's a personal box. So for example, my own business, I have a box for e-waste. And so we collect it all, put it in this box and we send it back to TerraCycle and they recycle it. So it's kind of your own personal thing, but I'm trying to work on a bigger program to have something similar in Mammoth at Mammoth Disposal.
Yeah, I mean, I think expecting everyday people to get a box online and put it in there and then ship it is unrealistic. And so then I think things are ending up in our landfill. And is that really bad for the environment?
Yes, yes, it is. So if they leak out, I mean, as you guys probably know, batteries, household hazardous waste, any leakage like that can get into the groundwater, that kind of thing. Yeah, so that's why we ask, please bring in your batteries so we can actually dispose of them properly. They won't go to our landfill here.
So there is a place to take them at the transfer station.
Correct, yes. So if you take them to our transfer station, we can't recycle them, but we do have a place that we send them to where they're disposed of properly, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. And do people have to pay to recycle them or bring them to you?
So you actually can just drop them off with your household hazardous waste. If you know where a buyback center is, that little transfer station kiosk, just go right up there and they're going to help you guys out and tell you where to kind of put all that stuff right there. Perfect.
That's great information, because those are the things like, and I'm thinking nail polish is the same. Is that bad for the environment? And I'm a woman, right? And I have daughters, so I know about these things. And I always think, well, where on earth do we put this? Batteries are the same way. You know that it's wrong, but what do you do with it?
Exactly. Thank you so much for that. Nail polish is interesting. I haven't had that question yet, but yes, that is correct. It is similar to battery. So yes, please bring anything like that to Mammoth Disposal and we can dispose of that for you guys.
Thanks. Appreciate that. Other questions, Supervisor Corliss?
Yeah, thank you, Kendra, for this presentation and the introduction. It's wonderful to hear all the things you're doing to raise awareness and increase our recycling capabilities here in Mono and Inyo. That's another thing I hear a lot from constituents in Mammoth. And they think it's a local issue, but as you've described, it's really much bigger and a difficult, local, state, federal, global situation. One thing I know I already shared this with you, as a customer for the recycling service that Mammoth Disposal provides, I've just been really impressed since Kendra came on board with the education and outreach. The actual drivers stopped and talked to us and made sure we were putting the right things in. They were really great. It was just such a positive experience. So I encourage everyone, if you haven't signed up for Recycle, if you're single family homeowner and you haven't signed up for Mammoth Disposal's recycling service, I really encourage you all, if you're able to support this. And Kendra, I also wanted to, just occurred to me listening to all the great research and advocacy that you're doing. Both Mono and Inyo counties are members of the Environmental Services Joint Powers Authority, which is an affiliate organization of our Rural County Association, the Rural County Representatives of California. They meet, I think, quarterly. You may be interested in those meetings, so if you'd like, I'll pass that information along. Justin Nalder is the county's usual representative at those meetings, but I think it might be really interesting for you to hear what ESJPA is doing and how they're advocating for our rural county recycling and solid waste needs.
I would love that, Supervisor Corliss. Thank you. I actually spoke with someone there a few months ago. So that's a perfect tie-in. Yes, thank
Okay.
you. I would really appreciate it.
Yeah, I think they have a meeting coming up in October, so plenty of time for you to jump in.
Excellent. And thank you so much for that feedback. We're trying to educate everybody right now on recycling efforts. And if you do want to subscribe to our services, it starts at $18 a month. So really, it's not that expensive, but just let me know if you have any more questions regarding it.
Supervisor Peters and then Supervisor Gardner.
Yes, thank you, Kendra, for that. It's been a while since we've met, but great, exciting, energetic presentation. Let me ask you a question. If invited, would you do assessments at school sites or county or town facilities to ensure that they're taking advantage of all the opportunities that are out there and in compliance? Because I think that those are huge users, at least when they're when people are back to school and back in the workplace. So yeah, I would look forward to hearing more about what Mono County is actually accomplishing, and I would encourage you to maybe reach out to the superintendent of Eastern Sierra Unified. I can put you in touch with her if you want, but I think there's a lot of opportunity there.
That would be great, Supervisor Peters. Thank you. I did meet with Principal Sasson, Lee Vining Elementary and High School regarding that, as well as Dr. Rinaldi here at Mammoth High School. And so I am thrilled to start performing school trash assessments, waste assessments, as well as for the town. I'm working that out, and I just did one for the Chamber of Commerce. So they performed really well on their trash assessment in the Mammoth Lakes Chamber of Commerce. So yes, I appreciate that. If you could connect me with the superintendent, thank you.
Supervisor Gardner.
Yes, to piggyback on Supervisor Corliss, we do have our recycling picked up, and lately there has been sort of a we won't take this a conversation. And I guess I want to emphasize the items you mentioned. When you say paperboard, any food that comes in a box, it doesn't necessarily get recycled. Where it used to, we'd throw those in and those would go away. But it sounds like those things are not good. And at one point, one of the drivers said if it's a shiny box or some kind of colorful thing on it, as opposed to, I guess, a cardboard box or something corrugated, is that the distinction?
Yes. So basically, coated paper. So if you see a piece of paper that has any kind of coating on it at all, you can't recycle that today at Mammoth Disposal, unfortunately. And that is my biggest pet peeve I'm working on right now, is getting a different paper processor. It breaks my heart when I have to throw away the paperboard too. I try to actually save all of it and collect it when I go to Los Angeles. I then recycle it down there. But not everyone has that opportunity. So yes, unfortunately, if it's coated paper, like you get your soda cans in one of those boxes or so forth, we
Cereal
can't put that in the, exactly, cereal boxes.
Cereal boxes and CAO Lawton's lean cuisine.
Yes,
box.
exactly.
Whatever
yeah,
that
like
is.
that. Exactly. And with
okay, that's
those,
very helpful. That's very helpful. And people can still sign up. I think my bill is like $18 a month.
Yeah.
People can still sign up. It's mine's first and third Wednesdays, I think. So there's still an opportunity throughout the county to sign up to have your recycling picked up.
Yes.
Okay,
Definitely.
great. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gardner.
I guess I don't see any other questions. I'm going to wrap up with one question. We've heard a lot about the single family owner recycling program. I live in a condo complex and we have recycling on site. A lot of condos do. But one of the things that we have here, and I know others do, is only 3 places to put things: plastic, glass, and aluminum. But I heard you say you took steel. Where do
Yes.
condo owners put other things that you take? Because you take more than just 3 items, and those holes don't allow you to recycle things that I think you would normally recycle. So I feel like I see a lot of things in the trash bin at my condo complex that should be in the recycle bin, but there's no way to recycle it.
And the reason I'm smiling is because I just got asked this question 3 times in a row last week by certain condo HOA associations there. And yes, so what I'm telling people is we have that aluminum hole right there in most of those multifamily with those 3 bins like you're talking about. Put your steel in there too. So I'm going to start putting signs where we can do steel cans like that in the aluminum. Unfortunately, we can't have that paper slot there. So you'd have to take that in to be recycled at Mammoth Disposal, because we can't get those. There's a certain reason multifamily, we can't put a paper in there. There's certain regulations within this and contamination with paper. So that's the one thing we can't do there in those situations. But yes, start putting that steel in your aluminum and we sort it out.
And then larger plastic, or do you have plans to get a bigger hole for plastic? So like you could put because I'm assuming that you could recycle all kinds of bigger plastic things that that are 2, right? As long as the mouth is smaller than the base.
Yes. So yes, we just got brand new containers in with a grant. I forgot to mention to you guys, Cal Recycle grant. It was incredible for the town of Mammoth Lakes. So we just got brand new containers with bigger holes that I'm testing that will hopefully take those bigger, like a laundry detergent type thing in that hole. Otherwise, you have to kind of try to compress that item, or yeah, it gets a little weird and tricky with that. But yes, we're working on that. Thank you.
Okay, great. Those are good things. I mean, if you can take it, right, how do we get it to you versus going in the landfill? Because so much you can't take.
Right.
And as Supervisor Corliss pointed out, that's not a local issue. That's a international issue.
Exactly.
So thank you so much. This has been really engaging and informative for me, and I think others as well. So appreciate you coming, and come back anytime and update us on how things are going with meeting the objectives by 2022, et cetera, because we're really invested in that, especially with all that's going on with our landfill, et cetera. So thank you.
Thank you so much, you guys. I appreciate it.
Do we have any public comment? I'm sorry, I forgot to ask.
There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you, Kendra.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move on then to our next agenda item, which is an Eastern Sierra Climate and Communities Resilience Project update. And we have with us Janet Hatfield, Eastern Sierra Project Manager. Good morning, Janet.
Good morning. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Super. I have a presentation to share with you. So I just wanted to start by saying thank you, Madam Chair and the board, for taking this agenda item. For those of you who might not have the sharpest of memories anymore, like myself, let's see, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
It's not in presentation mode. So
yep.
We can, yep, there we go. Perfect.
There we go. Thank you.
Thank you.
Let me get one more. So again, my name is Janet Hatfield. I work as a project manager for a local nonprofit, and we partner namely with the U.S. Forest Service, and I'm here to provide an update on the Mammoth Donut, more formally known as the Eastern Sierra Climate and Communities Resilience Project. As many of you might remember, about a year ago, I introduced this project, and at that time, the Creek Fire was really bearing down on us in the Eastern Sierra, and it was a really scary time. And here we are a year later, and We have just blasted the record that the Creek Fire set already and watched very recently our neighbors to the north in both the communities of Markleyville and Lake Tahoe, as both the Caldor and Tamarack fires have made aggressive pushes toward those communities. And I bring this up really to just remind us that these worst case wildfire scenarios, they're not going to go anywhere anytime soon until we take action. And really, I hope that they can serve as a loud and clear alarm that something drastic needs to change, and we can all be part of that. So I'm really humbled and honored to be leading a project like this in a place that's so important to me. And I just hope we can all do enough in a timely enough manner to make a difference. So I'll cover a lot of information today, but I just wanted to remind you all, you can track the progress of this project more closely through the Eastern Sierra Wildfire Alliance website. And I can provide that link to that website for those of you who might not have it bookmarked in a follow-up email to Queenie or otherwise. So I'm just going to refresh your memory of the purpose of this project, and that is to really reclaim resilience in our forests and communities in what we call ecological forest restoration. And that's really a fancy term for thinning of forests with a real focus on targeting small diameter trees for the purpose of really promoting what you see on the image on the right, which is older growth, larger diameter trees, which just happen to be more resilient to future fires. And they're better carbon sinks over time to help with some of the carbon imbalances that we have accelerating right now. This approach is also particularly successful when you're working at a landscape scale because it helps considerably with suppression activity. You'll notice I use the word resilience, fire resilience throughout this presentation instead of fire avoidance, and that's for a very specific reason, and that is that fire really historically was the foundational ecological process that helped shape these forests and keep them healthy. And it's really the removal of this critical process coupled with some really unfortunate alignment of a variety of climatic factors that have landed us in the situation that we're in today. So this is just the best image I could come up with to describe what this looks like at a landscape scale. And the scientists have dubbed a very handy term that we call Ico Patterns, which stands very deliberately for facilitating individual large trees, clumps of trees of various sizes and age classes, and then most importantly, openings within this forest canopy. So this will take really these forests with continuous fuels and it will start to break these up, mimicking what fire traditionally did across the landscape. And again, this is particularly important when you start looking at different tactical options that you have when trying to suppress these fires. And it's one of the many reasons that we're not being successful in those suppression efforts under these extreme conditions. So I don't know if we really need to keep talking about why we need to do this work, but I just can't emphasize enough. The graph on the left is basically what we've seen over the last 120 years. So you can see a very clear trajectory in the upward motion there, really rapidly accelerating in the last decade in particular. And these fires are not only larger, they move faster, they're more resistant control, and they're subsequently far more costly than we've ever seen. They also are continuing to burn at much higher severity, given the fuel loadings that are out there, which really results in longer term negative outcomes, not only to communities, but to surrounding landscapes. These high severity fires typically have very long recovery times, or oftentimes permanent conversion away from forested landscapes to more shrub-dominated communities. And these images just from top left across, the first top two are from the Tamarack fire this summer, and the bottom left is from the Creek fire last summer, showing some high severity, what that looks like on the ground. And in the bottom right, that's the Rainbow fire, which also burned at high severity, and that's basically what you get 30 years later, without significant intervention to change that trajectory otherwise. So just a demonstration of what we're seeing on the ground. Basically, these large landscape fires impact things far beyond community infrastructure, and that is particular to some of the other benefits that are out there, which are basically a lot of the reasons why most of us choose to live here. So we call these ecosystem service benefits, and they're also at significant threat from these really large landscape level, high severity fires. And it would seem not very appropriate to forget the severe impacts to recreation and tourism, specifically given in the Eastern Sierra, we absolutely depend on that for our economy, and the undeniable impacts that that's having with back-to-back summers with total forest closures, et cetera, not to mention smoke and economic impacts from these incidents. And these headlines really range from the New York Times to USA Today. I've seen articles in the BBC, so we're making not only national but global headlines now in California. So don't want to focus too much on the Debbie Downer side. The good news is we have gained a really talented group of early partners that are helping contribute to either planning or implementation portions of this project already. And these partners have been helping me over the course of the last year to perform 3 of the early tasks that we have funded by the Sierra Nevada Conservancy. The first task was that this group helped define what the goals of this project would be. And you can see in the top goal there is to protect the town of Mammoth Lakes. So this is absolutely a community wildfire protection project first and foremost, but we wanted to recognize that it has a plethora of other benefits to the surrounding landscape and otherwise far beyond those initial benefits. The stakeholders also helped us refine the project boundary, and this hopefully doesn't look totally foreign to you. This is the current extent of the project. It is 55,000 acres, just to remind you. And in this map, the darkest colored units are fully funded by a CAL FIRE grant award that I'll talk a little bit later in this presentation. And the semi-transparent units already have the NEPA completed. So there's a little bit of acreage that we have to work with right now, and that's come in handy for some of the early action funding from the governor's budget that got rolled out this year. So you can see there's a lot of work remaining. We have to not only plan for the environmental compliance, the NEPA process across this whole landscape scale, but also continue to chip away at implementing this over the course of the next decade or two. So not a small feat by any means. And the third task that this stakeholder group is helping with is to conduct a needs assessment, which the Sierra Nevada Conservancy has funded in our current grant. And that really is an effort to help us better understand what it's going to take to set this project up for success. So I will reiterate that none of us have worked at this scale. And so I think it was important to take the time to hear from various folks from this stakeholder group of what their thoughts are on what we might need to do to prepare over the course of the next several years while the environmental compliance is being conducted, so that we're successful, that this isn't just a plan on paper. It's absolutely imperative that we implement, and we implement as soon as we possibly can. So I'm really encouraged at the help that I've received on this effort. We're about 2/3 of the way through, and we'll start reporting back on this progress at our stakeholder meeting next month. So that's really exciting. And I'm real pleased to report that we've had a lot of really early fundraising success. And this is really a direct result of this project's alignment with both state and federal priorities as articulated in the MOU, or the Shared Stewardship Agreement between Region 5 Forest Service and the state of California that came out last year. And we have been the fortunate beneficiaries of some of the governor's early action funding that came through this summer. So I'm really encouraged by that. I also want to make sure to acknowledge that I had significant contributions from the Regional Fire and Forest Capacity Program. So that's Dr. Holly Alpert and Dr. Rick Cattleman, who have been really instrumental in supporting me in both grant writing and conducting the needs assessment work that really without them, I couldn't have done the work that we've accomplished this first year. And I also have a Sierra Nevada Alliance Forestry Fellow who has really just been getting deep down and dirty on all of the tasks and really helped support me on some of the day-to-day administrative burdens of launching a project of this size. So I just want to make sure to acknowledge that there is a small team of us working on it, and I'm hoping that that team grows with the funding that we've received from this project. Together, these awards provide full funding for the next 3 years in the project. So that's great news. Oftentimes, these are some of the hardest pieces of a project to fund, the environmental compliance piece, because nobody wants to help pay for that work because there's no assurance you'll actually get to implement it. So I feel very appreciative to the California Department of Fish and Wildlife, who funded that work through their Managing Headwaters for Multiple Benefits program. And although this is good news, I just want to remind us, this is the very beginning of a very significant project. And these grants really are not a sustainable way to consider funding this project. So I just wanted to go back and refer to this timeline that you've likely seen before. It's changed a bit given these other funding awards, and there's a lot going on here, so I'm just going to break it down. But each grant that we've been awarded is indicated here in a different color text so that you can sort of track the timelines of what's happening. And then I've just circled in red where we are on that timeline. So you can see with that we are basically in the middle of the needs assessment, and we are drafting those work plans to present at the October meeting from the different focus teams that are working on those respective pieces of the needs assessment. Concurrently, I am working to execute 2 of these multi-million-dollar grant agreements from both CAL FIRE and CDFW that will help us perform both the environmental compliance work, and the CAL FIRE funding is funding the first 2,100 acres of implementation. So those are the acres that already had the NEPA completed, and we assemble the package and submit that to CAL FIRE, and we were awarded a directed grant funding award in the amount of $4.9 million to begin that work. And that work begins next summer. So that's very exciting. I didn't point out, but in addition to the federal acres, there are, I'm going to go back here a few slides, 3 units within the town boundary that essentially are a direct product of the collaboration of this group. Those are non-federal acres. They're owned by the city of Los Angeles and the town of Mammoth Lakes. So that's really exciting. I've never really worked on non-federal land before because it's not a common thing in the Eastern Sierra. But those units are going to be moving forward next summer at the earliest possible opportunity. So back to this slide, also concurrently happening is we have TSS consultants who you might recognize that name. Mono County commissioned them to do the biomass feasibility study back in 2014 or 15. And we brought them back to reevaluate, given the scale of this project, of what might be appropriate, both short and long-term biomass solutions that could work for this project and help make it sort of economically more feasible. So a lot happening, and then there will always be, in a project of this size, at the very bottom of the slide, a continued fundraising effort, just recognizing that it's going to be a heavy lift from all of us. So that's a bit in a very busy slide about where we're at in the timeline, and there's a lot of really exciting stuff that's happening, is really the takeaway from that. And as I mentioned in a previous slide, that part of our work has been focused on conducting this needs assessment. And that's really to begin to gain an understanding of what this working at the scale is going to require. And one part of that in my work has been to start thinking about what a sustainable funding plan looks like. And the first step in that is really identifying key beneficiaries of this work. And Mono County has been included in that list, given that the bulk of the tax revenue for the county comes from the town of Mammoth Lakes. So we thought that was considerable enough to add you to the list. And I want to just recognize, you know, you might look at sort of some of the grant early success and say, well, why do you need this sustainable funding plan? And I just want to recognize a couple key pieces of how I view the importance of this planning effort. And that is, for every grant, we need a one-to-one match. And this plan would help ensure that we had those matching funds. It would also allow for us to treat the most important acres and not just the least expensive. So in a competitive grant funding environment, that's extremely important, is your cost per acre, because you're competing up against places across the Sierra Nevada that routinely can operate at a much lower cost than we can. It also would give confidence to the local business entrepreneurs who we're talking with to invest in their businesses, to grow them, to help us meet this need, as well as build community buy-in by everyone really contributing how they can to this effort. And as you can see, there's a variety of opportunities at really every level to support this project. And local government, it's a key piece right there in the center of this work. So to date, I've really been speaking with the Mammoth Community Water District. I've spoken with Los Angeles Department of Water and Power, Southern California Edison, the local business community via the Chamber of Commerce. And I have meetings this week with Alterra Mountain Company and later down the road with the town of Mammoth Lakes. And I'm hoping to get a variety of other folks to talk about this important work to see how they might also be able to contribute. So I hope to return maybe later this fall to discuss with the board what the opportunities might be here for Mono County to help contribute to this work. We know these projects are not cheap, but they're far more affordable than the suppression and recovery costs that we're seeing. And I would argue that the outcomes are a bit more desirable than that alternative. So with that, I will go ahead and stop my screen sharing, and I'm happy to entertain any questions from the board.
Thank you, Janet, for the update and the presentation. Any questions for Janet on her presentation? Supervisor Corliss, question?
Really, no questions. I've attended some of the stakeholder meetings and really appreciate Janet's work on this. It wouldn't be happening without her leadership. And this is so important. I mean, she ended this presentation talking about funding, and she and her team have been extraordinarily impressively successful at securing funding, but we're going to need a lot more. And so I'd like to flag this for our board and for county staff. Just this is something, this project specifically, and community protection and forest restoration in general is really something this county is going to need to engage in and invest in. So we don't know what that looks like exactly right now. We're fortunate that the state has made a historic investment in this legislative session with wildfire funding, and I have the details still to come on exactly what that looks like, but it does seem that there will be funding available. But just really need to put this on our radar. It's not should we invest in this? Should we play a role? I feel like we really have to. This falls under the category of emergency preparedness and disaster prevention. we're seeing the fires creep closer and closer. The Creek Fire didn't make it across the Sierra Crest last year, but now Caldor and Dixie have. It's not if, it's when, and we need to be doing all we can to protect our communities. So thank you, Janet. And you know, I know we're having conversations at stakeholder meetings about this, but you know, please come back to us and let us know when it's time for us to really get into these more serious discussions about funding, long-term funding needs.
Supervisor Gardner, questions?
Yes, I would underscore Supervisor Corliss's remarks. Thank you, Janet, for your presentation. A couple of suggestions. I would add nonprofits to your triangle of funders. I think that your goals and objectives of this program are very consistent with many of the nonprofits in the Eastern Sierra, and that many of them would be in a position to contribute. And I definitely agree with Supervisor Corliss. We all benefit from our public lands, so we all should contribute to supporting the protection of our public lands. So I look forward to further discussion about how the county can contribute towards this whole project. And you make a good point. Now, obviously, this is a multi-year effort. It's not going to happen tomorrow, but like so many other things in our region, if we start, then we will make progress. If we never start, we never get anywhere. And this is a great start. And we'll probably see progress sooner than we think, as your presentation points out. Thank you.
Thanks, and I just would reiterate that I'm here now talking about it, recognizing we have funding right now for the immediate work, but really my task in the needs assessment is to identify what the work over the course of the next 3 years looks like, so that we can articulate that and make sure we have the staff to do whatever legwork we need to do on our end to make sure that all of these different pieces and parts fit together and do so in a timely manner. So that's kind of the rationale behind the timing of sort of this update and then subsequent conversations around this sustainable funding work.
Supervisor Peters?
Yeah, thank you, Janet, for this. And I really enjoyed the presentation when Supervisor Corliss had the tour around Mammoth during the RCRC meeting. I wanted to know, I mean, I know this is a multi-year project. I know it's not even fully funded, but are there thoughts or plans to expand to other projects like around the June Lake community, the Twin Lakes community up here in Bridgeport? And are there things that can be, I know fire safe councils and groups like that can identify and do needs assessments. We really have a lack of that up here in North County. So if you have any suggestions on how to continue to beat the drum up here, and you know, we've obviously had the Mountain View fire, which you know started in the community. It didn't start in the forest, but it was the second fire that caused an entire evacuation of that community from one that did start in the forest. And so, yeah, I mean, I think that there's a lot of awareness out there, and one driver in these communities is insurance and the inability to get insurance. And maybe next time when you come back, if you could talk a little bit about what you think that is going to, what the impacts will directly be to continue to have affordable insurance and not be forced into the FAIR plan. And you know, just motivating factors like that to get people to start, you know, the boots on the ground work that might help you if you were planning to expand the scope of your projects, the area of your projects.
Sure, and I just will say that the Regional Forest and Fire Capacity Program is designed to do exactly what you just requested, and that is, you know, I'm really taking the bulk of the work around Mammoth, recognizing that there's sort of a disproportional challenge in working in the Mammoth area, but absolutely recognizing that every community in the Eastern Sierra is a wildland urban interface community, and every single one of them needs their own donut of a variety of size or shape or whatever it might meet their needs. So that effort is absolutely working on that, and one of the early steps toward achieving, you know, some of the project development needs in the northern part of the county, as you mentioned, is the bringing on, hopefully, of the Mono County Wildfire Coordinating position that's going to help really focus in on those needs and identify whatever fire safe councils or community leaders in each of those communities that can help to sort of begin to paint what that need looks like in all of these other communities, without a doubt. So that's some early things that are happening. And on the insurance front, I'm glad you mentioned that. I have been very recently approached by the Nature Conservancy and Willis Towers and Watson, who are really forging the way with new research and some new insurance products, recognizing that California is becoming uninsurable. So I'm in the early stages of learning about that work. They are looking for partners to pilot some of their research. And I believe some of you have likely seen those reports. I'm happy to share those. But I think that's a perfectly relevant topic to bring up in a subsequent meeting with you all to articulate a little bit more about what we've learned and where we can take it from there. But there's some really exciting research that's going on, really specific to what's happening in California with respect to wildfire.
Supervisor Dugan?
Thank you. Janet, I just want to echo what my colleagues have said, but there's a couple of things that are particularly of interest as somebody that was here during the Rainbow Fire, and to see, I think that slide shows what recovery looks like after years of the effects of climate change. It's not what we traditionally expect, but I think it's good to see that's what recovery will look like, and how we protect our communities. It's not just, this isn't just a Mammoth-centric community. What the lessons we learn are exactly what Supervisor Peters was alluding to that we can take it out to other areas, because to see the recovery along 395 for June Lake and that area that burned is encouraging, but that's what we need to make sure that we're working towards. And also very encouraged to hear more about the fire coordinating position, because we do have communities that have been directly affected and have worked very hard to prevent that again, and to have that opportunity to share on a wider basis and not just poke their heads in the door and say, we've been through it, like what Wheeler Crest has, their information that I've already shared with supervisors in Inyo, and how this is the lessons learned and this is how we apply it. And so we can take it back to our constituents and say, what do I do today? Because if you sell a piece of property in Mono County, there's a disclosure there that you may not have checked years ago that you're in a wildfire zone. And you may not be considering that you are in a wildfire zone in California. I bet 80% of California now is going to have to check that box is being affected. What are the tools that we have to harden our, not only our residents, but our businesses as well, because the businesses are also affected with this insurance inability to get insurance. There's a lot of protection for individual homeowners, businesses. It's a completely different story. So these lessons going forward, we know that this is something that the investment it's our biggest priority, because no matter what we do and focus on, it won't matter a lot if we find ourselves in the position of those that were in the way of the Caldor fire. So thank you very much for bringing this forward, and looking forward to see how we can help.
I have a few questions. And I'm sure that you saw the article in the LA Times last month with Chad Hansen. And I haven't heard you talk about how you talked about how forest will burn. It's not if, it's not when, or it's not if, it's when. But I found that article really intriguing, and the studies that are happening around how thinning doesn't prevent catastrophic fires, because they noted that in the Camp Fire and the Dixie Fire, there had been substantial thinning that had happened around those communities, with Greenville being lost and Paradise as examples of how thinning isn't it doesn't prevent communities from being lost. And I feel like maybe, you know, as you're doing your needs assessment, are we giving false expectation and hopes to Mammoth and not focusing more on really how do we save communities? And his work is really focused on home hardening, which Supervisor Dugan hit on. And how can we actually be spending more time and money right now in our communities, helping people prepare their homes to withstand fire? I look around my community here in Mammoth Lakes and I see a lot of wood siding. There's still homes with shaker roofs. They don't have 100 feet around them of non-combustible material. How do we, I think from his work and his, you know, the studies that he's involved in, it sounds like thinning can almost be detrimental in the sense that it reduces moisture in the forest floor by opening the canopy, especially when we're having the hottest summer on record in California this summer. So are you taking some of this into account in your needs assessment, and how? Because I think putting so billions of dollars, millions of dollars into thinning the forest may be helpful, but if we're not working within our communities really to address home hardening, are we doing ourselves a disservice and leading us down a path? And then lastly, I just want to point out, I was thinking about this recently. I don't understand why California has insurance issues. I mean, do people in the Gulf states not get hurricane insurance? I mean, they know they're going to have a hurricane every year, multiple times a year. How do they get insurance? I don't understand the differences. And so when you come back, I'd just be interested in having a better understanding of how people with other natural disasters get insurance in other states.
Sure. And I'm really glad that you brought up Chad Hansen's article in the LA Times. He has a very good relationship with the media, and he gets his work published a lot. There's a lot to unpack in his comments. And I think where we're really focusing it on within the needs assessment, to address your question real specifically, is in the outreach and education portion specific to home hardening. And so we've already got a small grant from Southern California Edison in partnership with the Mammoth Lakes Fire Safe Council to help the Mammoth Lakes Fire Protection District to just focus on home hardening and getting that message out, recognizing you're absolutely right. We can do all the work in the world outside in the forest perimeter, and town could still have catastrophic damage if we don't get that within the municipality, that infrastructure also home hardened and with good defensible space. So 100% agree that that is a primary focus of both the outreach and education effort and part of the funding that will go to support that effort, so that people specifically, it seems like the folks that live locally seem to get that quite well, but maybe sort of the second home owner or, you know, recreational visitor don't seem to understand that that comes inherent with living in this landscape. Specific to some of Chad's controversy around thinning, whatnot, I think where a lot of his sort of opinions come from is really the industrial logging side of things versus ecological thinning, and they're very, very different applications. You're absolutely right, it opens up sunlight and things on the landscape, but I tried to point this out early in the conversation, is that we're not claiming through this project that we can avoid wildfire. In fact, when you look at the risk maps across California, the highest risk are in these grassy foothills communities. So those aren't particularly severe fires, but they move very, very rapidly, and any spark has the ability to burn down something quite effectively if it doesn't have good defensible space. So it's really important in our messaging, and we're putting a considerable amount of time, energy, and funding toward the outreach and education piece, so that people have a very clear understanding that this is not a silver bullet. It is not going to protect the town, and we're really leaning on the Fire Adapted Communities program that really points out this landscape level work as just one component of a more comprehensive need in creating a fire adapted communities that can be resilient in the 21st century. So it's one piece of the puzzle, but certainly not a one size fits all fix for the situation that we're in. We could go really into all of the different things that Chad's work argues for, and I think that that's most appropriate in a really focused topical group setting in outreach and education, because there's just so much to unpack there.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, when we think about spending and fundraising millions of dollars locally, could we be focusing in your needs assessment on the grants and funding from the state, et cetera, to actually provide funding for people to home harden in our community? Can we look at putting $1 million there in Mammoth, for example, to complement the work happening in the forest? I would encourage that kind of resource allocation to be part of the program that you're working on. And maybe locals that live here recognize the risk, but I'd point out that over half of our population are renters, and they don't put the siding on their buildings, they don't put the roof on, and they don't clear the defensible space. And some of those landlords, I would say a lot, I don't know what percentage, don't live here. They live in LA or wherever, and they don't know. So I think there's a lot of work to be done within the community of Mammoth, for example, with what your project is, to complement the work, not just education, but actually do the work, just like you're actually thinning the forest. And I want to just commend you for saving the older trees, because I think that's a huge part, and kind of gets back to what you were saying about Chad's work on, you know, monetizing clear cutting, monetizing the lumber industry. And that's really not what we're up against so much here. And then I guess, you know, how does the Forest Service's ban on fires play into your work?
Yeah, so I 100% agree. And I think as part of this sustainable funding planning effort, we can absolutely identify priorities of folks that are willing to pony up different pieces of things that are important, and maybe what order we apply that funding to different pieces of the project, recognizing what you're talking about. I think there's consensus amongst the RFFCP team and myself that we really need to provide incentives for people to do the work that we're asking them to do, which includes not only financial incentives, but actual contractors that can help perform that work. The second part of your question, I just forgot.
Well, I just, you know, the Forest Service and, you know, the ban on all fires, we're suppressing them all now. How does that play into your needs assessment going forward?
Yeah, that's a good question. I hadn't really thought about it. So the ban is temporary, and it's in response to the drought, in particular the Tamarack fire and sort of the nerve that struck. And rightly so. I mean, that was a very unfortunate circumstance. I have heard on the larger state level conversations that is to be rolled back as soon as conditions permit, because the science is so strong toward recognizing fire as an integral part in maintaining these forests and of getting us to where we eventually need to be resilient when these fires continue to revisit the landscape. So it may have some impacts depending on how the seasonality and the weather turns out to early implementation of some burning that was funded through the CAL FIRE grant here locally, but that's yet to be determined. Moving forward, I think if we can get resilience into these landscapes at a scale beyond just Mammoth, but across the Sierra Nevada, we're less likely to see these forest closures, et cetera, because each of these fires are requiring the same level of resources and things, because the fuel loads are drastically easier to work with, like described in that photograph. So it's a huge multi-layered issue, and it's going to take a lot of work. And I think we're looking at really a 20 to 30 year time horizon for the Sierra Nevada to get there. So it's one step at a time.
Thank you. Thank you for those answers and responses. In 20 to 30 years, I mean, oof, a lot can happen between now and then. Supervisor Corliss, I see your hand.
I just wanted to let Janet off the hook a little bit. I mean, she's here presenting on one element of, wildfire and forest and community resilience, which is her project. And, I don't know that she needs to be the one to answer every question about, the complex questions about insurance issues and other mitigation techniques or, programs that need to be a part of this. So I just wanted to chime in with some perspective from the state's Wildfire and Forest Resilience Task Force and from serving on the board of the Sierra Nevada Conservancy representing Mono County for a couple of years. First, it's easy to read an article like the one that was in the LA Times, like, oh, we're doing it all wrong. I think, if you read the whole thing, it was pretty clear that the perspective that Dr. Hansen represents is very controversial and not really kind of part of the established peer-reviewed science. So, that's one thing to consider. Another is, especially if you take a look at the state's Wildfire and Forest Resilience Action Plan that was released in January, it's a yes and approach to building resilience and to protecting our communities. It's home hardening, it's fuels reduction, it's addressing climate change. And, I would just say, I think about this crisis that we're in, it's a lot like COVID, and everybody's not going to agree on every mitigation or guideline. And I have to admit, a friend came up with this, but she told me I could steal this, that, thinning and kind of fuels reduction is sort of like the vaccine. It's not going to stop fires, but it's going to save lives. It's going to prevent less destruction, and maybe home hardening is masking, let's do them all and we'll be in the best shape we can. But it's going to be tough because not everybody's going to agree, but there is established peer-reviewed science to base this work on. And from my perspective, it seems like that's what's happening with the Donut Project.
Do we have any public comment, Queenie, on this?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Janet, for your presentation.
Thanks for your time.
I think we will now move to our public hearing, if that's okay, and come back to agenda item C, since the public hearing was scheduled to start at 10. If Megan is available.
I apologize, but speaking of fire insurance issues, I am going to step away from our meeting for 10 or 15 minutes. I was invited by Manflake's Fire Chief Frank Freevault to join a California Fire Chiefs Association meeting about this very topic. Just going to do a quick introduction. Unfortunately, they scheduled it for a Tuesday. Don't they know county people can't do anything on a Tuesday? But I'll be right back. And Megan, I apologize if I missed some of your presentation, but if I disappear, that's where I've gone, and I'll be back.
Okay, so with that, we will open the public hearing for the Community Development Block Grant. And this is a public hearing to provide a platform for the public to weigh in on the performance of the 2017 Cdbg Award for Childcare.
Good morning, and nice to see everybody here today via Zoom. Could we please promote Molly Desbaye from Mono County First Five?
I've tried to. I think she may need to accept it.
Okay, I'll send her a text and get her on. But I just wanted to reiterate that this is the closeout for the 2017 Cdbg Grant Award. It is a partnership between Mono County, the state, and Mono County First Five, as well as ESUSD. It's been a program that's been in place since 2015, and it is not an easy program to work with, but we've managed to do it. And today we just want to close out the award for 2017 and get us into the award for 2020. And it looks like Molly has joined us now. She's put together a wonderful PowerPoint presentation for everyone to get a little bit of a feeling for the program itself. And without further ado, here's Molly.
Thank you, Megan. Good morning, everyone. Honorable Chair Kreitz and board members. I appreciate the time to present a little bit of information about what we were able to do with the 2017 Cdbg Award for Childcare. I just have a few slides I'll go through, and then there's about 10 minutes of interviews that I'll share with everyone. And after that, I'll ask if there's any questions. So let's see. I just first wanted to share how many students were enrolled at the 2 different sites for each of the fiscal years. It's been about 8 in Bridgeport, and then Benton, you can see, hovered between 1 and 2 and ended up being closed due to low enrollment. That site was both of the sites cost about $100,000 a year to operate, and our decision to close it was a hard one, but we actually didn't have any children that would have been enrolled in 2021. And we thought that that was maybe not the best use of federal dollars to be continuing to fund a preschool with either low or no enrollment. The next slide I have breaks out the participants by race and ethnicity. This is something that we have to report to Cdbg annually. And I thought after a few years of doing this, it might be good for everyone that's a part of this project, i.e. the Board of Supervisors, to see these statistics and understand how much the preschool slots are serving the racially diverse population in Bridgeport. So there's a pretty significant amount of students that are both American Indian and Hispanic and Latino. And that's a higher percent, those are higher percentages than the county percentages for those populations. And with that, I will go ahead and hop in to this, and I'm hoping.
Hello, Commissioner Mendez.
Can you give me a
This is,
thumbs up if you
Janice
can hear?
Mendez from Bridgeport. She's a first 5 commissioner and has some experience with the preschool. And I'd just like to thank you for being here today, Commissioner Mendez, and ask if you could share any experiences that your family had with the preschool in Bridgeport.
Oh, cutting out a little bit. Repeat that last.
Oops.
In Bridgeport.
Well, thank you, Molly. Good morning, by the way. It's a beautiful day without hardly any smoke. So I'm just enjoying it, relishing the thought that we have no fires here. So anyway, so first 5, preschool for me was an amazing attribute to, my grandchildren. Having that opportunity to learn how to interact with other children, how to develop their social skills, and then start learning how to do hands-on things, with the teachers that were there. I really feel once they've reached the kindergarten level that it was amazing, because then their growth, they were ahead of the game for their age category, where other kids that didn't get preschool had a struggle, to catch up. So I think learning how to socialize is a huge advantage, because my 3rd granddaughter had it difficult trying to go to preschool. She went to a daycare preschool thing, and it was really difficult for her to adapt. And but once she got used to it, then it worked. So it was harder, but I liked the way the school did it here, and because it's a smaller group, everybody was included. They're all in the same age category, and it fit. So, and I just think it's a better opportunity. And then they let the parents kind of interact if they need to. Otherwise, I think it's more advantageous for parents to leave because then the kids will cooperate and do what's asked of them. But I feel the training that you receive in preschool really helps set the standard for kindergarten. And my grandchildren are doing very well in school. Their learning capabilities are up there. You know, Corbett, you know, he's been getting on honor roll, and his reading has been really good. His writing, everything. So I know it's essential. I mean, you've got to have that. I see a lot of parents, they don't read with their kids. They don't have the time to sit and interact with them for writing and different things, that, you know, the tools that they need to be a good student. So having these beginnings are amazing. So I'm thankful that programs like this existed, you know, for my grandchildren, because I see their progress and I see how it's working to their benefit, you know, and they're getting a really good education. So I think it's an amazing head start for everybody. So I admire the teachers and their hard work, because, you know, they have to really have a good curriculum, especially with little kids, because they don't know you. So you have to learn to have that positive attitude and gain their trust. And then pretty soon, you know, you're like their best friend. So there's really good things about having a preschool for any young little person.
Thank you so much, Janice. And I'm just going to turn off the record. Okay, good morning. Good morning, Ms. Jimenez. Thank you for your time. And I'm eager to hear how the preschool in Bridgeport has impacted you and your family.
Well, to be honest to you, it's a great opportunity to have preschool in Bridgeport. It's a lot of progress that we have made for many, many years. When I was here in Bridgeport, and when I moved up here, I'm from Mexico. When I moved up here, there was no preschool. I remember I didn't went to preschool at all, and I went straight to kindergarten. Not that I have my 4-year-old boy. We had the opportunity to have him in preschool, and it was a very good idea because it helps him to get socialized more with the kids. I know with the COVID and everything, it was kind of hard, you know. We took him to the playgrounds and teapots and all that for the first 5, and also, but because of the COVID, you know, they got suspended and everything. But so far, it's a good experience for him to go to preschool because, you know, he have learned to be away with the parents. You know, he's struggling with that right now, but he needs to get used to it. You know, we're making progress every single day. But I mean, he comes back home and he's all excited telling me all this new activities that they have done, you know, painting, what he likes. He is trying to socialize with other kids of his age, which is very, very important. You know, he feels, you know, more supportive of helping or having help from the other kids too to socialize with him. So it's a good idea. You know, he's learning every single day a new thing.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. So hi, Tia. Ms. Gleason is the preschool teacher in Bridgeport, and I was just hoping to learn from you what benefits you think the preschool has had in the town of Bridgeport for the parents and the children that go there.
Okay. Hi, I'm Tia Gleason, and I love working in the preschool, and I love all that it has offered the little ones and their families. Last year, I had several kids who graduated from preschool, headed into kindergarten. This was their second year of preschool, and they had formed this incredible bond together. They were happy to come to school. It had become a really joyous part of their lives. And in addition to, you know, we've done a lot of reading, and we've even introduced a math curriculum, which has been very exciting. It's hard to imagine such little children taking on math concepts, but they do amazing. They've played with each other and really expanded on how they play together in the very beginning. Especially this year, we have a new class and they're all very young. There's a learning curve with taking turns and sharing our toys and really building those storylines. And so it'll be exciting to see how this class grows. And I think the preschool is a great way of introducing them to Bridgeport Elementary School. And it's really nice when they have siblings and friends that they can see off and on throughout the day. And then as far as the family goes, I know several parents who have been able to work or go back to work once their children were enrolled in preschool here. And so I'm really happy that they feel confident leaving their child with me and that they're happy with, you know, what their child does during the day. I try to include them with pictures and newsletters and things like that so that they're involved, even if they're not present during the school day.
Okay, hi, this is April Lowry, the kindergarten teacher in Bridgeport, and I just am working on letting the community know about the quality of having a preschool in Bridgeport and hope you can share what your thoughts are.
Sure. I've noticed that in the several years we've had the preschool, I've noticed a huge difference in students being ready. By ready, I mean able to sit still, able to sit in their chair, stand in a line, follow directions, listen to an adult, just those basic skills that allow a child the ability to grow and get more information. If they don't have those foundational skills of how to be a student, it makes their kindergarten or transitional kindergarten year even more challenging and it puts them further behind. So those are, you know, the main things: socialization, just all those simple things that really, with the rigor of kindergarten these days, there's not a whole lot of time for that. You jump right into the curriculum.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, hi Lisa, thank you for joining me. Lisa Kelly is the principal in Bridgeport, and I'm just looking forward to you sharing some thoughts on the preschool there.
My thoughts on the preschool is you definitely see the positive impact that especially our kinders have had by going through our preschool program. Not only that is attributed to the hard work, dedication, engagement, interactiveness of the teacher, Tia Gleason. She's so prepared those students. And I'll give examples of seeing that positive impact. The kinders that have gone through our preschool program as kindergartners, even on this first week of school, they're confident, they're communicative, they talk with us, they just seeing their work samples, you can see that they have that edge, they have that more over those that didn't go to preschool. But I also had to experience during distance learning, Mrs. Gleason came up with some great activities for the students, for the little ones to do with their parents, and to see them engaged and interactive as 3- and 4-year-olds. Gosh, I don't know how she did it, but she is amazing and the program is amazing.
All right, thank you for listening to that for a little while, and I'll just be open to any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you, Molly. I appreciate your presentation. Could you just remind us how much the grant was for? I didn't see that in any of the write-up. Was it $500,000, 500,000?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And it's all been expended?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thanks. Any
Good
questions? Comments? Supervisor Peters.
Yeah, thanks for that, Molly. Thanks for, just having an awesome, coordinated and thought out program, because truly, getting the right resources to the classrooms and having the parents engaged, it's critical. And I mean, I know, well, all the people that you interviewed, and you know, I haven't personally had conversations with them about what they think about the preschool, because I don't, you know, it hasn't come up, but I certainly will now, because they're excited to talk about it. And, you know, we see the kids all the time around Bridgeport in town. And a couple of weekends ago, they did a fundraiser and they happened to base it at the Bridgeport Inn lawn, because it was doing an outdoor thing. And there were definitely groups of very young kids all together playing nicely, not having to be constantly reprimanded or, you know, kind of shoot around. They just sort of were doing their thing. And I'm guessing that probably having the experience of a formalized activity in preschool or in the Peapod or wherever they've been together, it's just, it provides that that unity. And I think it'll carry through to extracurricular activities. Hopefully they're all gonna do sports together, or clubs together, math counts, and all these different activities that as they get older, they are socialized, but in a really structured way. And it's huge to see that. The preschool that my kids went to when they were in Bridgeport was not the first 5, was through the church, and it provided a similar result, but this is a much more integrated with the school, going to the school site. And I think it's awesome. So you have my support 100%.
I'm super happy to hear about what you're seeing at the community level, right? Like, I think that's exactly what I was missing with the interviews. I got to the people in the preschool, the parents, yada, yada, but the community level. So thank you. You're my last interviewee there. And I'm glad that your children had the opportunity to go to preschool, because there was a big lapse between that church preschool and the first 5 one. So it is a huge advantage, and all the data points to higher graduation rates, lower incarceration rates for people that were able to attend preschool. So thank you for your support.
Yeah, and one last kind of, you know, funny note. So that this weekend, there was a bunch of parents sitting out, you know, it was a car show, and their kids, a little older, probably 10, 11, they were all running around out on our Bridgeport Inn lawn. And so we have a cornhole game. And I said to them, hey, do you guys want to play that cornhole game? You can take it out and play it. And they're like, no, we're having fun. We're just playing tag. Like, so no game, nothing organized, just amongst themselves. And so it's pretty neat to see that, and the kids getting along in the community.
That's really fun.
Supervisor Gardner.
Hey, thank you, Molly. I appreciate the interviews in terms of hearing directly from the parents and those who know it best. It's about as close as hearing directly from the children as we can get. And Molly, I know you mentioned the situation in Benton, but generally we still have demand for childcare throughout the county that it is hard to meet. Is that correct? And we will continue to be searching for funding, particularly in Mammoth, but throughout the county, searching for funding and grant opportunities and our own funding, perhaps, to respond to childcare needs. And remind me of the number of slots we still know we need in the county at this time.
Oh gosh, that's a great question, Bob, and I'll look it up while I'm talking, or maybe after, while somebody's asking the next question. But right now, the only thing I have on my mind, because I've been talking about it through the Child Care Council, is the number needed in Mammoth, which is about 200. And it's less than that, if I recall correctly, for the rest of the county. But I appreciate your forward thinking. You're always so good at that. Like, great, we're doing all this good stuff. What's next? What else do we need? And the thing that I have on my mind, and I'm hoping to partner with the county on to continue with this trend of being able to supply childcare in Mono County through Cdbg, is the potential planning, construction, and operation of a facility in Walker. because that needs assessment that was done in 2019 by First Five Me did show that that's the largest need outside of the Mammoth jurisdiction. And since CDBG comes to jurisdictions, the Mammoth issue is something that I'm trying to deal with separately with the town of Mammoth. But yeah, the next need in the county that as I said, foresee seeking partnership on is planning, construction, and operation of an infant toddler room, or an infant room and a toddler room in Walker, Coville Walker.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
I've enjoyed the interviews, and it's nice to hear the anecdotal, community-based info, feedback from Supervisor Peters, and thinking about what you're working on in Walker. Would that be on the school site?
I don't think there's space there, and I've approached Eastern Sierra already to see if they would be interested in opening an infant or a toddler room, and they're not. I don't think it's uncommon for a K-12 system to just feel like infants and toddlers are too little to handle. It's such a different ballgame. I think that the process that I need to follow is to go to the RPAC there and find out from the community where they would like it. A couple of ideas that I have rolling around in my head are across the street from the community center where the tennis courts are, that's county property, and potentially where the Toyabe Health Clinic burned on Indian property.
Well, I know that you're seeking, or you'll be seeking a planning grant, hopefully, to do the more in-depth analysis. I think that's great that you're already thinking about some potential sites, and I'm glad to hear that the county-owned parcel is one of the ones that you're thinking about. You know, we just talked about a county-owned land last week, so that data is all there. So that's great. And this is a public hearing, so I'm going to just turn to public comment if there is any.
There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and Finance Director Janet Dutcher.
I just can't pass up an opportunity to make a point here that this program, the need that this program serves, and the CDBG allocation that the county's been able to be successful in getting this award over to Molly's program. One of the priorities for the board is social equity. And social equity is about using government resources in a disproportionate way to provide an advantage to the less fortunate members of our communities. And the CDBG program is a form of subsidized childcare. And I can't remember, Molly, how many of your slots actually have to meet the eligibility requirement in terms of the income level in order to participate in the program and take advantage of this. And this provides a couple of benefits to our community. One, it provides a daycare type of forum so parents can go to work. But it also, as we've heard multiple times in the last 30 minutes or so, it helps that child be more successful in life. Now, I know you have, this is a hybrid program. There are a few slots for private pay, and I don't know if the numbers that you were given in terms of the need are those that are needed within the population that would meet the criteria to be able to participate in the subsidized program, or if that's for the entire community as a whole.
Yeah, good questions, Janet, and thank you for raising that social equity issue. I think that is huge and something that, you know, is rightly so being asked of every program that the county implements, right? So I think that is why I highlighted it in the presentation, and I just want to thank the county for your partnership and support. I feel it every time I come to present, and that is really one of the things that keeps the program going, you know, that there is the county support. And yeah, the numbers that I'm citing are in total, not just the percentage of income qualifying children. But I do have those numbers as well. And unfortunately, I'm not as quick to the draw, or my last evaluation report that I thought had it in it doesn't. So I'm still trying to get that number, but I do have it broken out by the number of children that would qualify for CDBG by each community. And I think that it's 70% that need to be low and moderate income. So there are some slots for over income qualifying children, but primarily the majority at least need to be, oh, you know what? I think it's actually 50% now, that 51% now that I think about it. Yeah, Megan, go ahead.
51%. So it has to be the majority of the participants that qualify, so that we're benefiting the majority of the demographic that the program is set out to benefit.
And we've always met that. I mean, obviously it's a contract mandate. So, but yeah, there is a significant need out there. Thank you. And I can't find those numbers, Bob or Commissioner Gardner. I'll send them along to Queenie so that they can be shared. I know that it's less than 200, and I'll share them at the first live commission meeting on Thursday if anybody wants to show up there. Thank you.
And just want to recap that this is a public hearing to close out the 2017 award, which is a 3-year grant. Is that correct?
It was meant to be a 2-year grant, but because of the delay in the 2020 award coming through, they allowed us to use some of the remaining funds from 2017 for the 2020 program. So technically, this grant should have been closed out last fall, and there would have been some excess funds. But given the situation with COVID, I think the state had a really hard time funneling federal dollars in a way that was productive. And the CDBG program was the result of that. So we did use some of our awarded funds from 2017 to what we intended to use the program funds for 2020. But they've been really willing to work with us with regard to what we need to keep the program going. So hopefully we won't have any excess, but the excess was minimal. And I think the reason why we were able to make it work was because of COVID. It was kind of one of those, we had a delay in our award cycle because of COVID, and we also had lower participation because of COVID. So it worked.
Great. I'm gonna.
So, sorry, I found the numbers. It's about 50 children that would income qualify outside of Mammoth for the CDBG childcare funds, and the largest number of those, 28, are in Walker, Covell.
Great information. Thank you. I'm going to close the public hearing. Appreciate you coming today, closing this grant out, having a successful grant. Look forward to more of them and learning more about your planning process for Walker and of course Mammoth too.
Thank you, Supervisor Kreitz, Chair Kreitz, and the board.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time.
So we need to hop back to the item prior to, but I think before we do, we'd take a 10-minute break, come back at 11. It's actually a 9-minute break. Thanks. Okay, we will reconvene and jump back to agenda item 7C, which is a 30-day review of campfire ordinance prohibiting open fires on private property and county-operated campgrounds in unincorporated Mono County. And I'll hand this over to CAO Lawton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Queenie, can you promote Justin Nalder, please? And I called Justin to the table, I think a little bit too soon, and I apologize for that. Justin, you can go into hold. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. It's just, I hear the word fire, I think Nalder. It's not fair, but in any event. So the ordinance prohibiting open fires on private property has been in place now. We are reaching the 30-day limit. Sheriff Braun is here, and I would welcome her input.
Good morning, board. My take on this is that I recommend that we continue the ordinance for another 30 days or so. We are still in critical fire weather. We are expecting some dry temperatures and winds, dry weather, high winds this weekend. Things will be cooling off, but we are not expecting any significant precipitation. I recommend that we keep the ordinance in place until we do receive rain or hopefully snow, something that will green up, wet down our dry terrain and keep us in a safer spot. But right now, I don't want to see any fire starts anywhere in our county. The smoke alone from the fire in Sequoia Kings, which that fire is growing, is concerning enough. So let's limit our exposure to smoke and not fire.
Hey, thank you, Sheriff Braun and CAO Lawton. I don't think any action is necessary based on the recommendation. And correct me if I'm wrong, either Christy or County Counsel Simon.
You're correct. No action required. Thank you.
Okay. Any comments or questions? Any public comment on this item?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, well, thank you for the update, and we'll look to see you back in 30 days. Thank you. We'll move on then to our agenda item 7E, which is the COVID-19 coronavirus update.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And let's see, this time, Brian Wheeler, if we could promote Brian. And I just wanted to take a minute to acknowledge the work of public health. We're in a situation where the extraordinary has become commonplace. And by that, I mean the COVID epidemic or pandemic that was startling and shocking a year ago or a year and a half ago, unfortunately has become, for many folks, part of the background noise of life and government in the United States. And especially now, public health is working just as hard as they were a year ago or a year and a half ago. There may be fewer people because we've had a surge. There's a certain surge that has passed, and some of the temporary employees have gone home. But that only increases the load on the folks who are still here with us every day. And I think, ironically, the better job we do of controlling or mitigating it with vaccination rates and with masking, the better job we do of that, the harder the remaining portion of our work becomes. The easy decisions, if there are any, have been made. The easily persuadable have been persuaded. And we're, you know, in our efforts to close the gap, we've got a group of people who've been running at full steam for 18 months. And just when we thought we were getting close to the line, it seems like we're asking folks to function at full steam again. So I just wanted to take a moment to express my thanks to Brian and the staff at Public Health, who have worked in a lot of different places, different days of the week, dealing with a testing partner whose reliability in terms of sending people, I mean OptumServe, they're still capable of surprising us by not showing up. So I want to thank Brian and I want to thank Public Health. And I'll get out of the way and let Brian give you the cold, hard facts and figures. Thank you.
Thank you, CAO Lawton. And just a quick question. You said when you think fire, you think of Justin. When you think COVID, do you think of me?
Oh yeah. In fact, I'm developing a new web page, Mono County COVID. It's just going to be your picture, Brian. Not only your picture, but your home phone number. So
I think everyone has that already anyway. So it's good to see everyone. Thank you for having me here today. As CAO Lawton did speak of, we have had some problem with OptumServe not showing at Bridgeport clinics, which they have scheduled. There's one scheduled for Thursday. We have our fingers crossed. They tell me it's fully staffed, but if they don't show, we have a backup plan. Public Health will get out there and get those tests done. So just a little update on that. Queenie, if you can bring up today's presentation. Thank you. All right, so this is the update for September 14th of 2021. And hold on, I have to move you guys to the other side. There we go. So we're up to 12,035 cases, a 30-day increase of 10.1%. And our current case rate is 30.7 per 100,000. We can go to our next slide. And here's just our case rate on a graph for you. We did drop down temporarily for a week, and unfortunately, we did see a bounce back from 20.5 up to 30.7. That is unfortunate. Next slide, please. And I just wanted to give a rolling case for the past month. And you can see how many cases happened per week over the last month. I will note that the data for the week ending the 11th there is incomplete yet, but we'll get more cases, I'm sure, but that's where it sits at the moment. Next slide. And again, here is just the CDC guidance on masking based on case rate. We are still in high transmission, unfortunately. Next slide. So yesterday, someone brought to my attention, said, hey, on the CDC website, it has us listed as low. Our infection rate is listed as low, and so is Inyo County's, which was actually news to Inyo County when I spoke to my counterpart. It does have us in the blue here, and that spurred several things. We've had a couple meetings, one yesterday and one today with the state to try to figure out exactly what this means. Next slide, please. And basically what came out of the meeting with the state is that our data lags behind, and primarily it's OptumServe and Colors that takes the most time. Those results, once they're processed by OptumServe and Colors, get sent to Sacramento, and then Sacramento puts them into CalReady, which is the disease tracking mechanism for the state. Unfortunately, that can take up to 14 days and sometimes even a little longer. Also, out of state and out of jurisdiction transfer cases may take even longer to eventually find their way to our case count as well. I did find, or it was shared by the state with me, that this disclaimer that basically from the CDC tracking data that's basically says your data may be different, basically due to collection metrics and timing of web updates. So, it had 2 meetings with the state and they both conferred that it is a data lag. And, we know what our numbers are, and we unfortunately are still in that high range. Next slide, please. All right, hospital status. There are currently no hospitalizations for COVID. They do have 5 med-surg patients at the current moment, but no hospitalizations for COVIDs and no need to transfer anyone at the moment. Hospital transfers continue to be extremely limited, even with the load leveling order from the state. It's still, a lot of the hospitals just don't have the beds, or they don't have the staffed beds, as staffing shortages are a problem as well. So transfers are taking a more extended period of time to happen for most areas. Next slide. All right, I did want to talk about the federal masking mandate. This comes from the Biden administration, and basically it requires all federal workers and many contractors to be vaccinated. It requires COVID vaccinations for over 17 million healthcare workers as well, in hospitals and SNFs, etc. It also requires employers of more than 100 people, which in Mono County would be Mono County and the Mountain. I don't know of any others that are over 100, but they may exist, to either vaccinate or test weekly. And also it called for large entertainment venues, whether inside or out, to require proof of vaccination or testing prior to entry. Next slide. So our schools do remain open. You highlighted last week the problems. Cases are down a little bit this week in the school, and that's good, but we're still seeing cases in the school-age kids, which is, of course, leading to quarantines and isolations. But again, the important thing is we're keeping the schools open, extracurricular activities are going on, so that is definitely positive. It is a bit of a struggle for the school nurse who has to keep track of a spreadsheet and of all the quarantines and isolations, especially given the modified quarantine that the state rolled out. That is a little bit challenging to manage. Next slide. Again, I just wanted to highlight that resources from the state, both human and material, are in short supply. Staffing shortages, as we know, led to OptumServe not being able to make 2 scheduled dates with us. And it's happening in other venues too. This is unfortunate that we're having these supplies and cutbacks from the state, especially given the increased demand for testing for, schools and for workforce. Not having the supplies to do it makes it challenging. The Biomass antigen test, which is that rapid test that we run, is almost in no supply. Those are going strictly to schools. Public health departments aren't able to get them. We still have about 3,000 in stock. The state is looking at another point of care test called CareSafe. So the more information on that in the future as it comes in. And also Colors, who public health works with as a testing partner as far as our testing, is low on supplies. Fortunately, prior to them making that announcement, we had ordered 5 boxes of supplies, so we are currently okay, but could experience shortages in the future. And some materials like swabs and N95s are also in short supply. Next slide. All right, so just to my ongoing attempts to get through some misinformation out there, I want to go back to the PCR test. I've seen posted on the internet that the inventor or creator of the PCR test stated that its test wasn't created to detect free virus. This statement was not actually made by Carrie Mullis. It was made by another individual who I've listed there, who was actually writing about HIV and AIDS in 1996. And basically he was clarifying that the PCR test is qualitative, not quantitative. So it can detect a disease, a virus, say, but it's not going to tell you what that viral load actually is or how much virus is in that person. So I just wanted to clear that up, that the inventor of the PCR test never made those comments. And even the comments that were made were not saying that the test was invalid. So next slide. Speaking of OptumServe, I've had a conversation with several people who did not want to use OptumServe, didn't want their kids testing with OptumServe because it was part of the Department of Defense, and that is not the case. OptumServe is a private company who's contracted with California and probably other states as well to provide testing. So OptumServe data does not go into any kind of government database. Just wanted to clear that up for folks if that was a concern and was preventing them from testing. Next slide, please. So boosters are still out there for those who are immunocompromised and have certain issues, transplants, you're on immunosuppressant drugs, you're HIV positive, etc. Those vaccines are readily available for anyone who presents and basically says that they have one of these conditions. And we'll go to the next slide and talk about boosters for the general population. So there's really no new information. We don't know exactly when boosters are coming out. The FDA will review Pfizer data for boosters on the 17th of this month. They don't expect an announcement from the FDA until about the 27th, about 10 days after that. There's been no review of Moderna data at this time. So still really no news on when boosters might roll out for the general population. We will be prepared to assist in that along with pharmacies and the hospital when that time comes. Next slide, please. Just a reminder that our 211 nurse hotline is back online during this surge period, Monday through Friday, 8 to 5. Next slide. And this is our vaccination schedule for upcoming events. We will probably be adding some. We tentatively have a plan to also do COVID vaccines during our flu clinics. So in our flu clinic schedule will be coming out in the next week or so. So stay tuned for that as well. But we plan to hopefully be able to offer both influenza vaccine and COVID vaccine at our flu clinics. Next slide, please. I think it's just our testing schedule. Yes, so they'll be testing at Memorial Hall from 11 to 7 on Thursday with a little luck. If not, it'll be public health that will be filling that gap. You can see the rest of our schedule here. You know, OptumServe is in Mammoth 4 days a week, and public health is also making rounds around the county and helping with school testing, which has actually become quite a challenging event. And the next slide, that might be it. And that is the presentation for today.
Thank you, Brian. Any questions? Supervisor Peters?
Yes, thank you, Brian. I wrote down a couple of questions and you already answered the booster one. But how many cases, like in the last month, are pediatric cases in Mono County. I'm hearing that there's been 500,000 in the country.
Yeah, I actually reported that last week. I don't have the accurate number for today, but as of last week, it was 28 cases since the beginning of school, which was 31% of our cases in that time period. I know we've had maybe 5 or 6 more since then. So we would be in the low 30s as far as low to mid 30s as far as pediatric cases. None have required hospitalization or any kind of severe medical intervention, just quarantine and isolations at the schools.
How many breakthrough cases have we had approximately?
Ooh, I presented that last week too. I think we are still at 0.6%. I'm gonna try to remember the number, but I think we're probably around 35 or so breakthrough cases.
Okay.
And really the correct term is post-vaccination infections, and they happen with every vaccine.
Okay. And then, you know, a while back, and maybe they're still doing it at the state, there were incentives for people to become vaccinated. Are we still talking with the state about any type of incentive program, or is there an incentive?
I'm sorry, Justin just texted me the accurate number of breakthrough cases. I was off. It's 52.
Okay.
So thank you to Justin, who's obviously listening. And so, you know, the state is cutting back on some of its funding. We do have what's called the Webax Grant we're waiting for approval on, which is specifically for incentives, where we can do, and it's incentives for populations disproportionately affected by COVID. And that would allow us to do a lot of different incentives, gift cards up to $50 per vaccine. We could do hats, t-shirts, you know, swag like that. We're just waiting for approval. We plan to put on some events with that. I think it's $350,000. And, you know, we're just waiting for approval. We don't want to spend funds that we don't get approved for. So we've submitted our work plan. We're just waiting to hear back on that. That currently is the only real incentive program that's going on from the state as far as incentives. I do have some updated numbers from the state as far as vaccination rate, which I find pretty impressive. We are basically at 70% fully vaccinated for the county. And more importantly to me, our Latino population is 68% fully vaccinated, which I find, you know, really fantastic. We've worked really hard to capture that group. And, you know, my sincerest thanks go out to my outreach team who, you know, been a big part of that.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
I don't see any other raised hands. Do we have any public comment, Queenie?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Brian, for the update.
Thank you all so much. Have a wonderful day. Be safe, be healthy.
Okay, we'll move on to our next agenda item, which is with Justin Nalder.
Now, Madam Chair, may we invite him?
Yes, please. This is the Mountain View Fire Update and Review of Emergency Declaration. And we will hear from the Incident Command and staff and let us know how recovery is going, etc. Good morning, still, Justin.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the board. Mountain View Fire, obviously this isn't the fire itself, but the ongoing remediation and recovery effort, the cleanup efforts, which is why it seems to be taking a very long time. And I think that's pretty natural with any major disaster. The state has completed in its entirety the assistance that it intended to provide for Mountain View fire remediation. I believe there was 103 properties that they addressed and have since turned back over to the county, at which point we can return those to the appropriate ownership. There were a handful of properties that for one reason or another, be it that they opted out of the state program or they didn't qualify for the state program, that were not addressed. We were looking at approximately 11 of those, 2 of which have recently been signed off on as completed. So now we have 9 properties that we still need to have cleaned up, which is why the item is before you today. Staff continues to help facilitate and coordinate conversations between contractors and the appropriate landholders so that they, on their own financial means, can get these properties cleaned up. It's going to be somewhat of a chore for the folks that may not have the financial means to do so. With some of the operations, for example, like the metal recovery, it may be able to occur where the scrap value on the back end may not have any charge on the front end, kind of still to be determined. And it really depends on the contractor, where they're coming from, if they can combine several properties all at once. So that's ongoing. But with that, we still have properties that have mixed burn debris susceptible to infiltration into the ground or potential for hazardous materials blowing onto adjacent properties. And so I would advise a continuation for the need of the local declaration of emergency as well as the local health emergency at this point.
Okay.
I can take questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Supervisor Peters?
Yeah, the repeated question that I get is, whose responsibility is it to clean up these properties that you just mentioned? And specifically, is the county ultimately going to be responsible financially to clean up these properties? And I know that the Tyabe clinic site is one of those, and it's a little different ownership by a federally recognized tribe. So, and I hear what you're saying in terms of you're working with contractors and connecting people, but at what point do we have to step in, or would we step in or go back to the state and say, you know, that this is not going to occur unless there's outside action? And what would that action look like, and who pays for it?
Very good questions. And I'll tell you at this point, we're operating under a local emergency. And so whether or not the state weighs in any further may be for guidance, but may not necessarily dictate our response from here forward. At this point, it is the financial responsibility of the landholder to conduct the cleanup on their property. And that looks very different from say, for example, the Bridgeport Indian Colony Trust land where the Tyabe Clinic sat, or perhaps a private property that may have had, you know, a shed go down. The cleanup levels do look different. There will be different means depending on the landholder. Some of them have insurance. Some of them have grant funding. Some of them have neither. At what point do we step in and consider whether or not the county could take financial responsibility? That's really a question that I would pose back to the board. I could certainly try to gather information as far as cost estimates on cleanup for these properties directly. I know that the early estimates were quite high in that for a full remediation through the state, considering prevailing wage contractors that are fully certified that come from some distance away, they were estimating about $100,000 per property. That's a significant number. Now, having the contractors come on site, actually do a review of the materials and give us a bid may look very different. That's what we're helping to facilitate between the contractors and the landholders right now. So those numbers are forthcoming, should the board wish to look at those.
TA Lawton?
Yeah.
Oh,
I'm sorry,
thank you.
Supervisor Peters, go ahead.
Sorry.
No, that's who I wanted to hear from. Thank you.
Okay. TA Lawton.
Just kind of quickly, Madam Chair, to round it up a little bit. Finance Director Dutcher advised me this morning that in her meetings with the county's outside auditors, they've expressed an acute interest in what our exposure might be for our share of cleanup costs. And Janet, we had talked previously, what were we thinking? That there was a range, an unpaid range at this point of between 5 and 10 million?
At least 5 million.
Yeah.
That was based on the higher estimates. Those estimates were based on federal metrics multiplied by the number of properties and the number of trees that had to be removed. And I think it was between 5 and 7. I don't think it was as high as 10 million. That's just the 25% match on what Cal Recycle did. The potential financial obligation that EOC Director Nalter is talking about is not factored into that. You know, whether and if the county would step in and take on the obligation of a property owner who does not have the financial resources to clear their property for being able to rebuild.
Thank you. So with that information, I reached out again to Mary Boer just to check on the status of our request with Cal OES for consideration of state guarantees to fund that gap. We haven't gotten them yet, but Cal OES has assured Mary that it's under very active consideration. So it will probably be my request that we reach out more directly through our state legislative delegation to Cal OES. Our challenge has been that I think pretty much all of the other major fires in California, as you all know, were attached to a federal disaster declaration. The Mountain View fire fell into a notch where we were not, whether it was a matter of timing or the source of the fire or the location of the fire. There were a multitude of reasons for it not to be picked up under a federal declaration. And I think it would behoove us to make a strong case as a matter of equity that our state legislative delegation work to convince Cal OES of the need for that support. If we find ourselves on the hook for the 5 million, Janet, what would that do to our liquidity and our cash position?
I don't have it in front of me right now, but we have about $8 million between general reserve and economic stabilization, and maybe about $1 million in carryover in general fund. So that's a total of 9 million. If it were $7 million, what we had to pay, that only leaves us with $2 million. And, you know, I think as we expressed in the, I believe in the letter that was sent to Cal OES, that leaves this county very vulnerable to not being financially able to respond to a future crisis.
So again, it's incredibly important that we get some kind of consideration and assurance from Cal OES. Janet, it won't look good in our audit if we have this exposure, will it, in terms of our liquidity?
So it's just because the liability has not been fixed and certain yet, it's disclosed at a potential contingency. You know, the audit is what it is. What it affects is our ability on our credit rating for future debt. And we do have a couple of projects which are in the works to bring to the board to talk to that might require some level of debt financing.
So in any event, I apologize for taking this detour, but it's a matter of, you know, Janet's comment sparked something, so to speak. Mary advised that she has been on this like a duck on a June bug and is getting closer and closer to getting some kind of answer from Cal OES. But she agrees with me that reaching out through the state legislative delegation might help get this off the dime. So staff will move in that direction. And I think that's all I needed to add on that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So it sounds like it's time to write a formal letter to Borges and Bigelow and copy the appropriate entities, Cal OES, the governor's office, and lay it all out there. But there's still not a clear answer as to what happens to a property that is not attended to by the owner in the end. It must have come up in Sonoma and other places, the same scenario. Maybe it's a mixed bag. The counties sometimes pay or whatever, but that question's been repeatedly asked to me and I can't give them an answer based on this information today. So I'd appreciate getting more clarity on that. And I, you know, I'm prepared to make a motion to continue the emergency, but eventually we won't have an emergency declaration and we may have properties that are not, you know, appropriately attended to remediate the fire impact. And, you know, at some point it's an environmental, if not already environmental issue. And it's also an aesthetic issue, a property value issue. It's just multiplied. So maybe for next week, we could get a clear update on some of that and a letter for us to approve. And if we need to approve it. And I would appreciate just in the meantime, Bob, if we can try to get an answer back to that, formal answer back to that email that is circulating around. So that was a motion to continue.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second to continue the emergency declarations on the Mountain View fire. Do we, any other questions? I don't see any public comment on this item, Queenie?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Justin.
As we jump into this and bring back information for you, just in full disclosure of the properties that we're looking at, I believe there are 3 of them that are privately owned county properties. 4 of those properties are Indian allotment properties, and 2 properties that either fall into trust or trust fee land. And so those all have different elements to consider. But just so you know, the challenges that we're facing as we approach that question.
Okay, thank you for that. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Corliss, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Dugan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Gardner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chair Kreitz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Peters, how do you vote?
Yes.
We have 5 yeses and 0 nos.
Okay, thank you, Queenie, and thank you, Justin, and CEO Lawton, and Finance Director Dutcher for that update. We will move on to our next agenda item, which is an amendment to the Conway Ranch grazing lease to extend grazing season until October 9th. And this is our solid waste superintendent, Justin Nalder.
Yes, hi, I'll just switch my hat real quick.
Perfect.
Conway Ranch, we had what I would deem a very successful grazing season out there. I've been active on the ground with both monitoring and moving water and vegetation, interacting with the leaser in moving their cattle and setting up their fences. The cattle grazer has gone out of his way to implement things that were not necessarily requirements of the lease agreement, but in an effort for conservation and good land management has implemented things that have certainly benefited and should show his goodwill in operating out there. Some of those things include flagging and marking all of the fences that went up for other wildlife, reducing the number of cattle that they put out onto the meadow systems, and just working with requests that have come in after the fact in building exclosure fences around sensitive areas like springheads. Many of these things were not specifically called out or mandated, but they have fulfilled them. And we will get the opportunity to see to what benefit, as time goes on. Well, this request that's before you today in particular has come forward for an extension or a first amendment to the agreement due to the timing of when we entered into the first agreement, this being the first season, and taking extra time to set up both boundary fences and watering systems, which caused the cattle grazer to put the cattle out there about 2 months after they would have otherwise been allowed to do so. They've rotated through what they call paddocks, and they're looking at taking the cattle, putting them back onto one of the first paddocks that was grazed, which has had about a 2-month rest period. So the vegetation heights have already recovered and exceeded what we would hope to see through the dormant period into the fall and winter season. So it does not look like there would be an adverse effect there. Considering that it's just an extension of grazing period, we would look to have this as categorically exempt under CEQA, under existing facilities. I don't see issue with having the cattle out there for an additional couple of weeks. And I think we were looking through October 9th so that they have time, one, to graze the cattle additional few weeks, as well as logistically truck the cattle out of the area. I could take questions from here.
Thank you, Justin. Any questions on this item? Supervisor Gardner, anything in your district?
I would just mention this is consistent with conservation easement that's monitored by the Eastern Sierra Land Trust. So there's no issue there. And I agree with Justin. Justin, I appreciate the background information in terms of giving us a sense of how the grazer has done to date in terms of complying with all the requirements. I think we were pleased with the reputation that the Honeywells have, and they've certainly lived up to that. So I don't have any problem with this and would support it. And in fact, make a motion to move ahead with this after allowing for any public comment.
I'll second that. Supervisor Peters?
Yeah, I'll just add that it's been a very challenging year for all of the Bridgeport Valley based grazers, with water being cut off at the earliest point in time ever due to the drought. So the fact that their diversity in using other lands for their cattle operation, the Honeywells, I think they're really they're strategic, and they're very environmentally conscientious. They're very aware of the sage grouse and the habitat that exists throughout their grazing operations. And I think it was a great thing for them to ask for and for us to consider, and I support it and look forward to a long relationship with them and Conway.
Great. If there's no other comments, I'll go to public comment, please.
There are no hands raised.
Madam Chair, I did want to note that Kay Ogden from the Eastern Sierra Land Trust is in as an attendee at the meeting. She may not have any comment. She may simply agree with the statements that have been made, but in the event that she did, to point out that she is here.
Okay, she's welcome to raise her hands if she would like to speak. Otherwise, we'll go to a roll call vote if there's no further deliberation. Kay, just raise your hand. Please promote her. Thank you.
Yes, Kay, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thanks. I wasn't planning on saying anything, but thank you for the opportunity. And this absolutely is upholding the conservation values, and we have no problem with this. And we're very pleased that the collaboration between the Honeywells and the county is working so well so far. Thank you.
Thank you, Kay. Seeing no other comments or raised hands, I'll call for a vote, please.
Supervisor Corliss, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Dugan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Gardner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chair Kreitz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Peters, how do you vote?
Yes.
We have 5 yeses and 0 nos.
Thank you. Thank you, Justin.
Thank you.
Moving on to our next agenda item 7H is a resolution making PERS findings to hire retired annuitant Rebecca Buckowich. And I think we have with us, I know we have our finance director, Janet Dutcher, and possibly Ryan Rowe, acting human resource director. But I'll start with you, Janet.
Thank you. So just briefly talk about the need here and then the solution. Since the end of January, the finance department, the auditor controllers division, has experienced 3 vacancies. To put that in perspective, besides myself and Kim Bunn, who is the assistant finance director, there are 6 positions in the auditor controller's office. And in the last 8 months, we've experienced 50% of them being vacant at one time or another. We've done some recruiting. That recruitment hasn't produced any experienced candidates at the level that we need to keep up with weekly vendor payments, biweekly payroll, and daily depositing, as well as processing the county's credit card transactions and payment. So one solution was Rebecca Buckowich. Becky, as she's affectionately known, retired the 1st of April or 1st of May after 19 years with this county. And I had the pleasure of supervising Becky for a few years. She was in the finance department for 6 years, and her job primarily in this department was to audit vendor claims and invoices and process those for payment. And so I reached out to her, and she was more than willing to come back on a 2-day-a-week basis for 6 months to help us. We do have one employee who's out on FMLA, family medical leave basis, who we do expect to come back. And so this would help the department be able to keep current on our goal of every Friday processing for payment all of those vendor claims that were ready to go the previous Friday. So with that, I'll ask if Ryan has any thoughts to offer on this, but it has this whole package with help from Ann and County Counsel's office has been presented to CalPERS and has been accepted in its format that you have before you today.
Thank you, Janet. That was extremely thorough. What I'd like to add, Becky's going to be able to provide an immediate impact for the finance department, especially given her knowledge of our systems and her knowledge of our internal policy and procedure. So this will be a good asset for Janet. If there's anything else regarding her employment contract or anything, please feel free to give me a call.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you, Janet. Any questions on this item? We do have a resolution before us for approval.
I would make the motion to approve this resolution as stated.
Second.
Great, thank you. I don't see any questions from my colleagues. Are there any public comments on this item?
There are no hands raised.
Okay, thank you. Roll call vote then.
Supervisor Corliss, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Dugan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Gardner, how do you vote?
Yes.
Chair Kreitz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Supervisor Peters, how do you vote?
Yes.
We have 5 yeses and 0 nos.
Okay,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ryan. Our next agenda item is an opportunity for the public to address the board, but I might go to board reports first and then go into closed session. We only have 2 items, and then we have a public hearing at 1, and it's just now noon. So anybody would like to kick off the board reports? Supervisor Gardner, please. Thank you.
It's fairly short. Last Wednesday, I participated in the Mono Basin RPAC meeting. Topics discussed at that meeting included the Inyo National Forest closure with comments by Stephanie Heller, our new Mono Basin District Ranger, the status of the RPAC Housing Subcommittee, the status of the SCE work at the Levining Substation, and an update on grazing at Conway Ranch we just heard about. On Friday the 10th, I participated in an interesting meeting of Recreate Responsibly, which is a group of nonprofits, public agencies, and corporations that formed last year during the COVID pandemic to advocate for more responsible recreation practices by tourists across the country. The meeting included updates about initiatives from various parts of the nation, information about grant programs, and updates from several public lands agencies. And yesterday, I participated with Supervisor Corliss in the monthly meeting of the Eastern Sierra Sustainable Recreation Partnership, as well as, I should mention, other members of the county staff. Topics discussed included the status of grant proposals for various initiatives and updates from each of the participants. That's all I have.
Thank you. Supervisor Goodman?
Thank you. On the 8th, I participated in my first NACO Policy Steering Committee meeting for Environment, Energy, and Land Use, and the AIR Subcommittee hosted a sobering presentation on PFOAs and PFAS, the forever chemicals that are in great environmental health concern. These are still federally unregulated chemicals, and the EPA has only provided guidelines for their use. Some states and counties are trying to hold the polluter companies responsible for cleaning up PFAS in the drinking water sources. And even today, firefighting foam in California containing PFAS that's supposed to be used for petroleum fires is still being used by wildfires, although there is legislation set for January coming year to outlaw those altogether. Bipartisan support in Congress is growing for more oversight to be included in the Safe Drinking Water Act. On the 9th, I participated in the Owens Valley Groundwater Authority meeting, and we received an update on the Tri-Valley Groundwater Users Survey and was assured by the OVGA staff that the outstanding comments would be compiled in time to be included in the final GSP where appropriate. The final draft of the GSP will be released to the public for review and comment, and I believe that date is actually on the 23rd of this month on the OVGA website. There's been a lot of public comment already taken up for various versions of the groundwater sustainability plan, and all of those will be recorded in appendix to the plan. But the board also requested that in the opening summary that the GSP reflect the extensive amount of input from the public and how the staff weighing in on their findings against the public, includes the public feedback. The next meeting is scheduled for November unless staff requests a special meeting in October, so stay tuned. On the 10th, I listened in on the NACO broadband congressional briefing, and the task force, once again, it was very clear and concise and actionable presentation that identified the needs and solutions of bringing connectivity to everyone throughout the country. Our own Supervisor Peters brought the message home with importance and urgency of getting this solved now. And I thank you for your work and your ability to communicate this very clearly to a group that may not know as much as you do about this situation. And then I engaged in constituent to work with District 2 then on a variety of issues, including road construction, water use, highway safety, and the Forest Service access. Thanks again to our Mono County staff and our agency partners for their quick responses and information that I was able to share. That's it for me.
Thank you. Supervisor Corliss?
Yes, mine will be short. I was out of town for a couple weeks, but before I left, we had the RCRC Board of Directors meeting way back on August 18th. If the meeting highlights document hasn't been shared, I'll make sure that is. Big discussion on strategic planning and within that, just the issue of needing to address issues surrounding wildfire mitigation, prevention, recovery. So RCRC has formed a wildfire subcommittee to look at these issues and engage with state and federal agencies on them. Big news that will be coming back to our board next week for approval. The board approved formation of the Golden State Connect Joint Powers Authority, which will be looking at broadband and actually implementing broadband projects in member counties. So that'll be coming. I'm requesting that Mono County join the JPA, and that'll be coming to our board next week. Just wanted to highlight, I think all of us supervisors and hopefully key staff got the CSAC document kind of the end of the legislative session, but we had real big wins with broadband and with wildfire funding. So that's pretty exciting, and I hope we can capitalize on that. And then as Supervisor Gardner said, we had our Eastern Sierra Sustainable Recreation Partnership meeting yesterday. I also had a discussion about participating in a state level 30 by 30 conservation implementation advisory group. So as that develops, I will let everybody know and be looking for input on that. And that's it.
Thank you. Supervisor Peters.
Yes, thank you. I just have a couple of items to cover. So on Friday, I participated and presented in the NACO congressional briefing, primarily focused on staff and staffers. And I thought it went really well. NACO is doing a very good job under Matt Chase's direction. Mark Rotacco has taken the lead on the broadband issue and has really coordinated it well. And I believe, the task force is no longer the task force, but it's kind of boiled down to a handful of us that are going to continue to work on this as we move forward. And thanks for tuning in, both County Council Simon and Supervisor Dugan. That was great. Then that same day was the WIR Public Lands monthly meeting, or however often we meet. I think it's monthly. And there was a presentation that really was impactful, and it was made by, can't remember his name, but he's currently a commissioner in Texas, but he's a former state legislator and served, I think it was 28 years in the state Senate. And the presentation was about an issue that is nationwide. And we were shown a map, which included a lot of spots in our area in California. And the presentation was to heighten awareness about some federal legislation about changing the names of inappropriate, insensitive, derogatory named roads, areas, historic sites that are very that are impactful and insensitive to should be to everybody, but especially to African Americans, Native Americans, Asian Americans. So if this legislation passes, it will make it a much easier process to change those names. Right now, the process is like, it takes over a year to do. And I would ask everybody to go back to your own districts and look and see if there is any names that we can present to this effort, because it really will be a local, it should start local. But this is a really important part of our jobs. And so I'm not exactly sure the mechanism yet to send it all back, but it will definitely be it's a national issue, and it'll definitely be front and center, and got support from WIR board, the WIR chair, and we'll look forward to when the notes come out from that meeting. I will share them. I think they're going to probably come out today, and there'll also be the WIR agenda, which I believe is being approved today, which will come out. But very important, and I was shocked at what I heard. I mean, there's thousands of these places and names still out there. Lastly, I want to say that the ATV, UTV annual jamboree, which had to be canceled last year in Antelope Valley, went off successfully with more riders than they had anticipated that they would have, and more riders than they needed to break even and then make money. And it was only allowed to happen because the HT up here presented a compromise solution to the kind of catastrophic conditions, resource challenges that were out there due to fires and conditions on the ground and drought. And for that matter, the Bridgeport Ranger District they actually participated in the ride on ATVs and UTVs with them. Mono County Sheriff's Department participated and helped monitor it. It was safe, and it hopefully will get support and be continued in the future. And the HT Bridgeport Ranger District has also been actively patrolling and out with our visitors, who are all in developed campsites without campfires. And they have been out making sure that people are not staying overnight in the dispersed camping areas or creating having campfires. There was some problems up at Lovett Lake, and there's just been a real concerted effort to manage the conditions and allow for recreation, fishing, and basic stuff in the front country, while not issuing any permit or allowing for overnight visitation in the wilderness or the forest or any dispersed area. So I think it's something that we need to address as a board, as a region, to have a plan similar to this. Should things get, we can't keep closing the forest every year. We depend on the forest. It is our resource for our economy. So I just wanted to pontificate a little bit about that, and hopefully we can, help with our communities, with our chambers, our RPACs, develop a strategy and present a plan to the forest, to the INYO, to the HT, that, hey, should these conditions present themselves, here are some options other than just closing the door, locking the lock, and everybody out. Can't walk your dog, can't go fishing. I have a fly in my kitchen. Anyways, that's it, I'm done.
Yeah, thank you, Supervisor Peters. I just want to dovetail off that and say that, I would like us to consider a letter, maybe at our next board meeting, on on this matter as appropriate. Been communicating with our Congressman Obernolte on the forest closure, heard from constituents, and in Mammoth, outside of Mammoth, concerned about the closure. The economic impacts of the closure are real for our local families and business owners. A lot of people too just frustrated that they can't bike on a paved path up in the Lakes Basin, and the frustration around the national park staying open. And I actually went backpacking this weekend in the national park, and I was told I could have a campfire in the national park. So the inconsistencies that people are seeing and hearing, not just me, but I'm hearing from other people that they're seeing, and I just want to thank our congressman for directly talking with Jen Eberlin about the issues and some of the inconsistencies, and getting some responses from her, and his engagement with me on this matter. And so I think that, as you said, Supervisor Peters, this is something that will keep happening every year, it seems. It happened last year, it's happening this year. We've just had a fire update. We have to find a way to keep everyone safe without making our economy shoulder the burden. And we'll talk more about that next week. After our meeting last week, I attended the California Coalition for Rural Housing Legislative Committee meeting. There were concerns about CIDLAC's proposed new rules allocating private activity bonds associated with the 4% low-income housing tax credit. They're looking at allocating those based on regional a region that your project would be in, and the gap between your rents and fair market value rents. So it doesn't seem to impact Mono County from what I saw, but our friends in Tulare County, for example, would be impacted. So we'll weigh in on that. Wednesday, September 8th, I participated in the monthly Mammoth Lakes Housing Board meeting. We had to move that meeting due to Labor Day. Those meetings are usually on the first Monday of the month. We have received an update on the access apartments. Progress is being made on funding. I'll report out on a meeting later on that in my report on that project, but they are working with the architect to possibly do up to $700,000 in value engineering, which will help with per unit cost, etc. The board approved a letter to the Mono County Grand Jury with regards to a finding that they had on their workforce housing crisis. They saw a conflict of interest between the town council member that serves on the board and the board supervisor that serves on the Mammoth Lakes Housing Board, and their participation in contracts with that jurisdiction between Mammoth Lakes Housing and our respective jurisdictions. Mammoth Lakes Housing Legal Counsel did not agree with the finding and reviewed several of the case history, etc., case law, and wrote a letter for the board, and we approved that to go to the Mono County Grand Jury. On Wednesday, that same Wednesday, I participated in the NACO Community Economic Workforce Development Committee meeting. We received a briefing from Arthur Jemison with HUD on ARP money and its allocation towards homelessness. I just highlighted to Mr. Jemison that, to consider that homelessness in rural areas looks different than in urban areas, that our homeless folks don't always need full wraparound services that are typically required in transitional housing, supportive housing, for folks experiencing or on the verge of being homeless. That a lot of our homeless people live in cars, or they are in crowded situations, and they have jobs. They just can't find housing they can afford, or there's nothing available, period. And that the homeless funding for our area and other rural areas, I'm sure, just needs to be available without the requirement for wraparound services. He acknowledged my comments. He had heard them before. There is, she was the former director of Cal HFA, Tia Boatman, works now with HUD, and she's expressed those same views. So that's good to know that there's people in DC that understand our situation. Later Wednesday, I attended the State Rental Assistance Program Advisory Committee. Just make a note that as of today, there are 64 applications for the State Rental Assistance Program, totaling about $454,000. Of those, 21 households have been assisted, totaling approximately $166,000. And then the last meeting last Wednesday was with Mammoth Lakes Housing Program and Development Committee. We met with HCD staff and MLH staff to talk about the home application for that project, the access apartments, before it goes to their internal loan review committee. It was really a great opportunity to highlight some of the challenges with funding projects that are small, infill, and don't use low-income housing tax credit. And so many of the state programs are focused on low-income housing tax credits, and it's challenging when you have a project isn't in the norm. The staff just isn't used to seeing them, and so it was a really great opportunity to highlight some of the challenges and how the project is viable and feasible. So it will be going forward and anticipate it being successful. And then Friday, I participated in the California Coalition for Rural Housing board meeting. We spent the first 2 hours reviewing, having breakout sessions, and discussing our JEDI work, our justice, equity, diversity, inclusion. That's our third formal meeting where we talked about values and how it looks different for different people's perceptions. It was a really meaningful work, and we'll continue to go down that path. And that is all I have. I'm going to ask one last time for an opportunity for the public to address the board on matters not on our regular agenda today before we go to closed session.
There are no hands raised.
Okay. And we have 2 items on our closed session, and then we have a 1 o'clock public hearing on our redistricting. Thank you.
Do you need the link? They never asked me for that either. Oops.
Everyone's ready, Queenie?
Ready when you are.
Okay, great. Just want to make sure Supervisor Peters is ready. Great. Okay, we'll reconvene for our afternoon agenda for the regular Mono County Board of Supervisors meeting. Our first agenda item this afternoon is an opportunity for the public to address the board on matters not on our regular agenda.
There are no hands raised.
Okay, great. Thank you. Then we'll move into agenda item 11, which is a public hearing for the 2021 redistricting communities of interest. And we have a presentation that we've been provided. I'm going to open the public hearing now at 1 p.m. and hand this over to our CAO, Bob Lawton.
Okay. Thanks very much. All right, we've got the Zoom instructions off. If I might put up a slide which I think you're all familiar with. Okay, there we go. Just a reminder of what the process is, what we hope to accomplish today and in the future and in our future meetings. And if the board will bear with me, we've all seen it, but we may have folks with us who are seeing it for the first time. The redistricting of county legislative districts is required following every census, which happens once every 10 years. In Mono County, we have 5 members of the Board of Supervisors. Our population has, according to the census, declined slightly by, I believe, about 1,000 residents since the 2011 census. And there are many reasons why that may have taken place, despite whatever new construction has gone on since 2011, some of which may be related to the COVID pandemic and our ability to reach people. But this is required every 10 years. We've established, pursuant to a new state law, 5 dates for public hearings. Today is one. At each of these public hearings, the public is free to comment as it wishes on the redistricting process, on tentative maps, on issues that the board should consider. Here in our first 2 public hearings, we have offered the suggested topic for folks of expressing communities of interest in Mono County. Under the redistricting statutes, it's essential for the board to consider how they wish to address communities of interest. And that may be based on language, it may be based on ethnicity. I think we've seen a couple of sample examples in the literature about community of interest could be people who are protesting a solid waste facility. It doesn't matter. Communities of interest are able to define themselves. We or the law don't define them for them. In October 19th, following the Board of Supervisors meeting, we'll have the first review of alternative maps. There'll be another hearing on November 2nd and a 5th on November 8th with the location to be determined. Now, what we expect to have happen today, and I hope can't see the list here, either Nate or Milan are with us. We'll be launching the county redistricting website, which describes the process and sets the stage for everything else that we do. And it's the location to which any interested resident can go to find out where we are, what's next, and what opportunities they have to participate. We will receive the raw census data on September 30th, 2021. We've received data formatted in the old format, which allows us to make certain assumptions about district sizes, population trends, and so forth. But the September 30th release will be done in a format that is congenial to being inputted into our redistricting tools, and that's how it's going across the state. Our mapping tool, which is intuitive and pretty easy to use, will be released on October 1st. You'll be able to link to that from the redistricting website, and it will be loaded with the raw census data. On October 30th, there'll be another release of adjusted population data, and what that relates to primarily are correctional facilities where they control out, for population purposes, inmates in a correctional facility, something that has a larger impact at San Quentin or Tehachapi than it would down here in Mono County. We have currently a final map adoption deadline of December 15th, 2021. And under current law, that means that the board would have to provide initial approval of an ordinance on December 7th for a final map and then formally adopted a week later. That date, however, may be pushed back into January, depending on whether or not legislation that has passed both houses will be approved or is approved by the governor. County Council advises me that we don't have a hard framework for today's hearing. There's no statutory prescription for an agenda or a sequence, Madam Chair. So having gone through this, I'll turn this back over to the chair and invite you to open the floor for comments from the public. If there are any questions, please feel free to ask.
Okay. So there's no formal process. We have interpreters here. And we have an opportunity for people to weigh in, both ourselves, the board, and the public, and anyone on this matter regarding communities of interest, which you've explained to us what that can and encompass. I have a few thoughts, but I'd like to open it up maybe to public comment first to see if there is any public comment on this item. Please raise your hand if you would like to add anything, participate in this discussion, this public hearing. We welcome all thoughts. I don't see any raised hands other than IT Director Nate Greenberg.
Thanks, Madam Chair. If I may just suggest a course of action around process. Eric Miller from my team, who is a GIS specialist, is here with us today. And one of the things that we will be providing as a resource, and really Eric specifically, is the capacity to capture input from the public or from the board with regard to communities of interest, be that specific geographies that want to be represented, or more anecdotal verbal descriptions of what people would constitute as a community of interest. The intent is to catalog all of that into GIS in a map format, as well as annotate with notes, and then anything that can't really be presented on a map or represented through geometry would just be entered into a general comment into the redistricting website. And the intent, as we talked briefly about last week, around kind kind of front loading the redistricting process and conversation with communities of interest is that ideally those will inform the future work done to draw the districts or look at different district alternatives. And so I just wanted to introduce Eric, who's here, and if there are actual suggestions around communities of interest, Eric's prepared to share his screen and to draft those sort of in real time. And then the last thing that I'll say is that I'm happy to also walk the board and the public through the redistricting website, which is now live at any point that you think that that's appropriate to do.
Thank you for that, Nate. I think that would be a great thing to do. I don't see any raised hands at this time, so why don't you walk us through the website now, please?
Great. Stand by for just a moment and I'll share my screen. Right. Are you all able to see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, great. So just today on the Mono County website, we have a new spotlight item that went live, titled 2021 Redistricting. There's also a menu link to this under the residence menu at the top here. Is also one under the transparency portal right at the top. This will take you to a new dedicated website. The URL for that is here. There's a couple of URLs to access it, and everything will kind of resolve back here. We briefly walked through this site last week, but just to spend a few minutes kind of touching on the high points. At the top, we've got some basic overview of the redistricting process and a little bit of the legal requirements associated with that. Below, information on the process and how to get involved. We'll walk through some of the actual process here in a moment. And I think CAO Lawton laid out the timeline as a whole, but we've provided the timeline on the site as well as frequently asked questions and a calendar as a whole. We're obviously in the first public hearing today. Ultimately, as was stated in the timeline on the 1st of October, the mapping tool that can be used by the general public to propose your own districts will go live, and I can show a preview of that briefly today as well, but it's not quite ready for public consumption yet, mostly because we're waiting on the final snapshot of data that will come at the end of the month. And then this last is probably the most important at this point, which is providing the opportunity for the public to provide input into the process as a whole, and I'll show that. So just scrolling down, process and timeline, very much in the same vein as was on the slide that CAO Lawton showed. A little lower on this page, we have a mapping application, and this can be opened in a full screen view. This contains the data, the census data received to date. We have the raw census data. It came to us a few weeks ago. And basically, the layer that's turned on here by default shows all of the census blocks in Mono County which have population in them, and they're graduated by colors. This same data, incidentally, is what will be used as we work to draw districts, and is used as the base layer that is fundamentally important in actually doing that redistricting work. So this is just providing it outside of the redistricting tool in just a way that somebody could come in and see, generally speaking, the population. And if you click on any one of these, you can see some of the basic demographics within each of these census blocks. One of the other things you can do in this map is toggle on some other layers. So a different version of the census blocks representing those blocks which have Hispanic population in them, or Alaskan Native and American Indians, or voting population. So this is just a quick sort of pass to give people, I guess, a lay of the land, you might say, of kind of the data that we're working with more or less as we move through this process and all of the legal constraints in terms of drawing districts. And then below that, we've got some frequently asked questions and some basic information in this calendar at the very bottom. The most important part of this site, as I mentioned, is this public input piece. You can link to it from up here. You can also link to it from this provide input button. And on this page right now are two dominant ways of providing input. The first is just a very generic form that allows somebody to submit comments, and most people will not see this little panel. Basically, it's just a text box here. Somebody could enter in any old information they would like to offer the process that is available for the board and anyone else to consider. And then the other is kind of the basis of the conversation today, which is suggesting communities of interest. And the intent behind this is to provide a tool which allows a member of the public or board member to come onto the map and to basically draw an area which they feel should be represented as a community of interest in one fashion or another. And again, this is intended to collect geographic-based communities of interest. We recognize there may be some communities of interest which are not geographic in nature. Any data that is gathered through this process, both in terms of drawing the polygon and then entering a description, are used as inputs into the redistricting tool as we start to get to the point of proposing and drawing some proposed recommended new districts. So those are the two major ways of providing public input right now. And then coming in a couple of weeks will be the actual redistricting tool. And I'm happy to provide a brief demo of that if the board is interested in seeing it as well. But I'll stop there. Actually, sorry, one more quick thing is communities of interest that have been suggested through this process, either today in this public hearing or through this tool, will end up on this map as well. And so people will be able to see previously suggested communities of interest. And so we'll be able to provide that and have folks look at it and determine whether there's a need to suggest additionals or not. So with that, I'm happy to answer questions if there are any.
Thank you, Nate. This is great. I will just say that I went to the site. Right now I'm using on my iPad, and the map feature to look at the census block and with the purples keeps crashing through Safari. I don't know if that's something from just me specific, or if you think that could be something for other folks, just to let you know.
That's good feedback. No, I will take a look at that. Not sure exactly what's going on, but I'm sure somebody from my team will be able to figure that out. So thanks.
It could just be me, or my iPad, because I think that's really interesting data there. And I think that knowing that we're going to get more information at the end of the month, but we're not going to have another public hearing, it looks like, until October 19th. Make sure that people can, which you just walk them through how to provide feedback prior to that. And this map will change here before us, this one, once you get that revised data at the end of the month.
So I actually don't expect this map to change much. The data that's coming to us is, as CAO Lawton basically suggested, a more careful analysis of population, particularly with regard to the incarcerated population. And really the impact in Mono County on that is fairly de minimis. I don't, and based on the information that we've gathered, don't expect any other significant substantive changes certainly the geometry. So, you know, all of each of the little polygons on this map are census blocks. And so these have been established for quite some time, actually, and they're not going to change in terms of shape and size. So the only thing that may adjust slightly would be this total population number and any demographics associated with it. So again, I think that the numbers are fairly well established at this point, but in terms of ensuring that we don't work with the data prematurely, we're basically holding off on the launch of that tool.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Peters.
Thank you. A couple questions, Nate. First, really impressive putting this together. Is there a way to bring up the current districts, and so there could be like a comparison, or let's say a starting point, like you want to see the current districts, and then you can kind of drag your mouse around and say, oh, what if this moved here? What is? Because I think a lot. I mean, I know a lot of people aren't even aware that the districts are what they are today that may engage in this. And then the other question is there a way, and either for somebody, you or your staff, to come and give some kind of presentation or provide a presentation that I could give at the RPACs, so that next month they can actually see. I mean, I could try to do this. Like, I've never shared my screen and ever, like, on anything, but if I was, like, you've given me PowerPoints before, something like that, I'd be happy to do it, just so that they become familiar and maybe start talking about it. And we send out like emails of the link to the RPAC distribution, email distributions, and just get it out there, like, however we can. But the visual to me is so impactful that you'll remember it and maybe tell someone else, and then we'll get some interest. But those are my feedback.
Sure. So great questions. I think this map that's lower on the page in the FAQ section shows current districts. This is not going to address what you were just suggesting. I think actually we will add the current supervisor districts to this map and provide that as a layer, so you could toggle it on alongside one of the others. And then in a moment, I'll show you, or I'll just switch over really quickly to the redistricting tool. So this is a preview of the tool that will be going live beginning of next month for the board and the public to use. And I can walk through this in total if folks would like to see it. But one of the features that is in here when we are working, or when anybody who's working to draw new districts, is the ability to start from existing or current supervisor districts. And so if I choose that as an option, what this will do is load those current supervisor districts into this map, and then select the 2020 census blocks that are contained within that current district, and then spit out the population in each of those as drafted. And so the purpose of doing that is to, obviously, well, it's apparent here that these districts as drawn won't work. They're not, they don't meet the balanced definition. And so it is quite likely that we will need to do at least some adjustment to the districts in order for them to work in the 2021 process. So I think this gets a little bit more at what you were sort of suggesting, and then the tool furthermore allows you to, say, zoom into District 1 and say, well, what would it take, if I added this block, this block to District 1 and this block to District 1, then what you start to see is these numbers creep up for District 1 and obviously decrease for District 5. And this will basically provide the basic framework for how those proposals get crafted. So hopefully that answers the first question. In terms of providing a presentation around the redistricting website to our PACs, sure, I'm sure we would be happy to do something like that. Also be happy to just record a short video, which we can make available on this website, or you could show it in our PAC. I think the hope of this redistricting site is that it will grow and evolve throughout the process with additional information added to it and it becoming cumulative. But additional sort of functionality, like you suggested in terms of doing a presentation and things like that, I do think makes sense to introduce folks to this.
Okay, and one last thought. It just kind of dawned on me that if we were able to have some outreach even to those that cannot participate, like our younger generation that's going to be part of redistricting in 10 more years, and who knows if it's going to be the same kind of process, but engage them as, give the school something that they can teach the kids, who maybe then can help parents and grandparents to navigate through the process this time. I think it would be awesome if we had some kind of an educational outreach component somewhere along the way.
Yeah, that's a great idea. I know we have tried in the past to do, there's various different programs to coordinate and sort of teach geography. And this is a really logical topic. It's a very, maybe most people don't understand what it means, but it's a very, good intersection between geography and civic duty. So I think we'd be happy to work in that capacity if, somebody from the board would like to sort of broker that initial engagement with the schools.
Yeah, I'm happy to. I know geography is offered right now this semester at the high school. I think Chris Leonard is teaching it.
I'd be happy to bring it up in Vining to the schools.
Yeah, and I'll talk to the superintendent, Eastern Sierra Unified, and maybe somebody can talk to Stacy Adler.
I'm happy to do that too. This is Stacy Simon.
I have a question. This isn't something we had discussed, but it's a question that's being raised, and I want to get an answer to the interpreters. If this is interpreted into Spanish right now, is there a way, and Nate, this might be a question for you, I don't know, for folks to go back and listen to the Spanish version of this public hearing?
I don't know the answer to that right off the top of my head. I'm not sure if Milan from my team is still on or not. I will have to get back to you on that. I believe that both the English and the Spanish version are recorded, and that we can, if that is in fact the case, certainly publicize the Spanish version as well. So let me try to answer that question before the session is up.
Seems like we just have to maybe record the Spanish session separate. But okay, get back to us. Thank you. Okay. And I can now go to any public comment that we have, Queenie.
Fred, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. It's nice to see you all. I participated in the 2011 process as a citizen. And as you're talking about potential tweaks to your process, and I appreciate that all the considerations that have been suggested. One thing that happened in 2011 is there was a tour of communities that allowed each community to send representatives to talk to a committee. I don't see that as part of this process, and technology has changed, so it may not be necessary. But I would request that one of your public hearings occur during evening hours, so that you can have those that potentially work and can't zoom into a board meeting during the day participate. The other thing that rotating tour did is it allowed those without computer skills or internet, I'm thinking of Hamel Valley particularly, to participate in person. I don't know what a good answer to that would be, but I would request that you look into that to pick up those areas of the county that don't have the technical capacity to do the wonderful website that was just presented. So those are my two thoughts. Lastly, I'm going to give a plug as a former representative of an entirely county district. If you do create an entirely county district, that you consider giving that supervisor, Rhonda didn't pay me to say this, some help, some staff time help, because I do know that the workload in an entirely county district can be quite large. And so somewhere in the future, maybe it would come from the assistant CAO, a few hours every week to help that particular supervisor deal with the district issues. Communities of interest, I would feel remiss if I didn't mention the Benton tribe. They are out there on their own. They are sort of connected to the Tri-Valley community. I don't know how you include them otherwise, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention them and their isolation and their needs. Thank you for taking my comments.
Thank you, Fred. CO Lawton, do you want to review the evening and the schedule? Because I believe we do have an evening meetings planned and in person, I believe, in
Yes.
District 2. So just if you could highlight that, please.
Sure. And if I could ask Queenie, just put the slide back up with the dates on it. Outstanding. Thank you. So we've got today's meeting, September 14th. The 21st, we'll be back again following the Board of Supervisors meeting. The 19th, again, following the board, and the 2nd following the board. The November 8th meeting, which will be held at 6:30 in the evening, is on a Monday night. And that location is to be determined. I've had several discussions with Nate Greenberg about the challenges of accommodating an in-person component of a meeting such as this, or a public hearing, in a location which, unlike Bridgeport at the board chambers or Mammoth in Suite Z, instead of going there, going to a location that isn't already set up. So there are some technical challenges, but I believe Nate had advised me that given sufficient lead time, we might be able to accommodate that. I had originally hoped that actually today's hearing would have been held with an in-person component in Walker, but that wasn't to be just because of the time involved. So Supervisor Stump, thank you for bringing that up. And our expectation will be that we'll be in South County on the 8th at 6:30. Not quite sure whether it's Benton or Chalfont or someplace else, but that is, that's it. That's on the agenda. And I would be remiss if I didn't take a quick moment, Madam Chair, to specifically thank Nate, Eric Miller for their work on the multimedia, Christy Milovich for her advice, Queenie Barnard, Shireen Dedman for everything that they're doing, and for Stacy Simon for her guidance, and Janet Dutcher as well. And one more thing for Fred. Even when we even when we are working not in person, but on Zoom, there's the capability for folks to call in, and we'll make sure that that gets publicized in our materials. So it's not absolutely necessary to be on an iPad or a computer. We can receive comments by telephone, and we'll make sure to remind people of that. Any other questions, Madam Chair, members of the board?
No, I don't see. If we could stop screen sharing for a little bit, it's easier for me to see everyone. Okay, now I see a raised hand. Supervisor Corliss.
Yeah, no real questions. I mean, this is very thorough, and clearly we're going to meet the requirements set forth by the state. And there's a lot of good work that has gone into this. I'm concerned that we're going to have to do a lot more reaching into the communities and our districts. I don't think and this is based on attending some of the state California Citizens Redistricting Commission sessions in which there was very little public participation. I think it's probably an unrealistic expectation to think that lots of folks are going to show up, for instance, next Tuesday at 1 and give feedback. So this website is really important, and having Spanish language capability is critical. So one suggestion I have for next week, and I apologize if I'm repeating anything you talked about last week. Obviously, I missed last week's meeting. That we have a more formal presentation that could be recorded as a standalone video, as Nate suggested. We could kind of accomplish two things at once: hold the hearing, provide information at the meeting, but also have a standalone video that we could post. And I'd like to see us really go way back to basics. Like, what is this? What do counties, there have to be 5 districts, and then get into the information. Just, it doesn't need to be super detailed, but just like, why does this matter to you? What does your county supervisor do? And that, we have over half of our population that lives within the incorporated town, and it might not be as obvious to those folks, but this is an issue that I have heard about from constituents. So I'd love to be able to provide as much information to them as I could. So kind of a basic, even it'll repeat a little bit some of the information that's on the website, but just presenting that in, maybe in a 10-15 minute presentation. Nate and Christy, I believe, did that for us a few months ago. So, no need to reinvent the wheel, just pull out that material. One suggested addition to the website, on kind of in that same vein, would be to include information about the last redistricting project. And I know you have that at hand. I would love to have that at hand personally too. And I've already gotten asked about that. So if we could add that to the website. And then I guess this is a question: would it be possible for us as individual supervisors? Supervisor Peters kind of asked this about our PACs, but could we get some support? And I'm really thinking IT support as individual supervisors if we wanted to hold virtual district meetings. At least in my case, I wouldn't need it to be an in-person location, just virtual with phone-in capability to meet with constituents one-on-one, and to get feedback and information that that could feed into the public hearings, and then encourage folks to submit their comments either on the website or to attend a future public hearing. And nothing huge, just literally hosting hosting it on the county's Zoom platform.
Sure, and just in terms of speaking to those last couple points, I think it makes absolute sense to include the 2010 information, 2011 information on the site, so we can work to get that. I believe it was actually all presented to the board 6 months ago, 9 months ago, whenever we started this. So we'll just regurgitate that and provide that as a resource. And I think, again, the idea with the site is that as presentations are made to this board in this round, that we'll be adding them to the site as well. In terms of providing support, Zoom platform, webinar, etc., for in-district meetings, sure, I'm sure we can pull something like that off. I think want to be a little bit careful and thoughtful about to what extent all of that happens. I mean, quite frankly, when we were suggesting process, 9 months ago or whenever it was we were starting in on this, I reiterated that I thought what happened in 2011, as former Supervisor Stump alluded to, worked really well, where we were doing essentially a lot of listening sessions throughout the county. And this was exactly the concern that I had, was that we didn't have adequate outreach, engagement, et cetera. So I think it makes sense to do that. And I'll be a little bit protective of my team just around how many of those need to be done in addition to the public hearings over the next, 5, it sounds like potentially. And then, how many of those in addition to the public hearings, et cetera. But I think that it makes perfect sense, and we'll do our best to accommodate.
And Queenie, please let me know if I'm missing any raised hands if I don't see them, because it's real important that we hear from the public if they have anything to say. I don't want to not notice that. I was walking around my neighborhood last night to go to the Latin market. I walked from my house down to the Latin market in Mammoth, and just observing the number of Latino families in the Sierra Valley. I just want to make sure that that's on our radar. I'm sure it is. It's a community of interest. It's very heavily populated by Latinx folks here in the Sierra Valley side. Multifamily housing, I think, is just kind of intuitively that way. And I want to make sure that that population stays intact as it is. So I'm just going to put that out there right now. And I think that that's going to be a challenge to entice, those folks in my district right now to participate, because I can see how busy they are playing with their kids, at dusk outside with balls, and, just a lot going on in their lives right now, always. But so I'm just going to voice that now, since we're talking about communities of interest. Yes, Supervisor Gardner.
I agree with that. I'm glad you brought that up. I think that's very important with population that's estimated around 28% Latinx. I think that indeed we should have a member of the Latinx community on the board. And indeed, history sadly has shown in this country, in this state, that lines have been drawn to exclude ethnic minorities. And so I think that we need to do, as you say, to take special focus on that. And as we look at the numbers and look at the demographics, that we try to build a district that affords that. And I believe maybe Stacey or Christy, you maybe need to help me. I believe the Voting Rights Act of California gets into this in terms of encouraging, or at least recommending this be a concern as the process goes forward in 2021. Is that correct?
Sure, thank you. It is correct. We're looking at the Voting Rights Act. We're also looking at other constitutional protections over the process, including anti-racial gerrymandering mandates that we're required to follow. So all of those things our staff is keeping in mind as we look at these district, as we look at the new lines being drawn. So yes, always on the forefront of our mind.
I appreciate the point, Chair Kreitz.
Sure, and Supervisor Corliss.
Just along those same lines, per former Supervisor Stump's comment, tribal communities, we're looking at our Native population as a community of interest, perhaps even beyond, individual tribal communities such as the Utu Guatu or Bridgeport Indian Colony. Do we want to look at our tribal population, Native American population as a whole, as a community of interest?
Supervisor Dugan?
Thank you. And Nate, one of the things that it seems to be as we continue to develop and communicate with the rest of the community, you have your FAQs embedded in there, but I'm hearing from my work with constituents and others, there's a few things that will constantly need clarification, and bringing those to the front as statements are really important. What a community of interest really is, and you started out your own discussions with that, but also their proximity to each other. If there is a boundary, if there's something that says, well, you are, you're 100 miles apart, but you're the closest community of interest, put those particular guidelines in there, or things that we have to know right out of the gate there, because I think it's important. Also, for those of us that have communities of influence, it's a little different, and that could be in the north part of the county. As far as me in the south part of the county, we're influenced by other counties, but our services, we also share a lot of those services there. So there could be some thing that looks perfect on the map to do that just doesn't really work for a community because they're getting their services from Nevada, from Inyo County, and those things need to be taken in consideration. The last thing is that I didn't hear anybody mention about, we now know what our total number is and what our goal number per district is, but what the leeway is that we have, and I believe that's still 10%, but then it's not 10% overall the total, it's 10%. Is it in 10% within the highest or the lowest? There's going to be particular guidelines, because some places we're gonna have to split the baby, and which, who gets what is going to really be of an issue. Some places not, but others it will be. So those particular things that can really help a constituent that's saying, who do I vote with, what area best represents my interest in there, and who's able to have influence throughout the state, throughout the county, throughout our district. And those are the questions that I get asked all the time. They're the ones that I keep asking myself. And we don't have time for this to be a hunt for the information. Put it up there right in the beginning, and I think it'll serve us all. We all are going to participate in this. I have my little projector and laptop. I will go and make the presentation to those that need it. Forgive them. So please I know your department is spread thin. You give us the tool, we'll take it out there and get the information out to those that want to hear it. Thanks for the work.
Thank you. Just to respond to a couple of the comments that I think are directed at me or my team. I think the recommendation around getting some of the legal requirements with regard to the drawing of districts, or I guess the acceptability of proposed districts under the FAQs, I think is great, and we'll work on that. I'll work with Christy and my team on getting that. Honestly, I think any feedback that the board has around additional content for the site based on things you were hearing from constituents or out in the public or just thinking about is very welcome. I mean, we see this as a living, a living entity and a living document. And so the only way it's going to really serve the value to the public and all of you in the process is by getting that feedback and putting it in here. So please feel free to shoot that stuff our way. In terms of the actual districts meeting the legal criteria, both the thresholds, the percentage thresholds that you mentioned, et cetera, that's one of the functions and features of the redistricting tool. We're in the final stages of the development on that right now, and I may be ready to present that to you all next week. But effectively, it will do the math, so to speak, as districts are being proposed, and it won't allow for the submittal of a proposed district plan or alternative unless the criteria are met. So if you're outside of those thresholds, if you haven't selected all of the census blocks and included them, that will not allow somebody to submit that proposal. And so we'll do at least a first pass and sort of high level of air checking, I guess, so to speak, as that information comes in. And then I've spoken a little bit with CAO Lawton about this, but I think, having some feedback from the board would be really valuable as well, just in terms of larger process. I mean, clearly this week and next week are not really focused on drawing districts, but in the next hearing on the 19th, we'll have hopefully at least 5 recommendations, because I think the ask will be of the board to submit at least one proposal themselves. And so I think my gut, and based on experience over the past couple of decades, are that there's only a handful of ways you can split the baby, so to speak, as you suggested. And there's a lot of nuance in that, but we might end up with 50 or 60 different proposals that will probably categorically fit into 5 or 6 or 7 sort of themes, so to speak. 3 districts in the town and 2 outside, 1 district outside and 4 in the town, variations, etc. And so from a process standpoint, we've contemplated a little bit around how do we review those proposals that come in and discuss them, present them back during the public hearings, discuss the differences about them, and ultimately come up with a process for the 5 of you to work through as we get closer to December in understanding the differences, sort of honing it down to just a few legitimate viable alternatives, and then ultimately deciding. And I think that process is just as important as the larger public process in terms of selecting the input, because it'll be valuable for us to be able to build kind of the tools and all the resources you need to be able to get from here to there.
Not seeing any other raised hands. Christy, did you have something? No, okay. Is there anything else, Nate, that would be helpful today? Feedback on the website. I think you've gotten a lot. I've tried Chrome for mine. It's still shutting down when I try to look at the maps, but maybe I'll put in a ticket and see if it's something that can be resolved, because I'm not sure I'll be able to get one in if I can't get this stay up.
Sure. Consider the ticket entered. We'll look at it. The only other thing, just to circle back, the Spanish translation version of this meeting was not being recorded today, so that's something we will make sure of happens next week. Next week will effectively be a repeat, I think, of today. And it does sound like, just based on some of the comments today, we've got a little more clarity around what the board may like to see from the standpoint of an agenda or process next week. But I think I have enough feedback on my side, and certainly I'll defer to CAO Lawton for anything else around process.
The other thing I want to say too is, I shared today there was a social media blitz about the redistricting, a workshop public hearing today, but I didn't see it in Spanish. So if we could also be doing our outreach, our flyers in Spanish too, that would be helpful for me to share on social media. Maybe I overlooked it, but I just saw it, the English one.
Chair Kreitz, we did just receive the Spanish translation back today, so we'll get that to Justin and he'll get that posted ASAP.
Beautiful, great. And Supervisor Gardner, I see your hand, and then Christy.
No, I didn't have my hand up, sorry.
Oh, okay, Christy.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted, I don't know if the board is aware of the outreach that has occurred thus far, but if it's not aware, I think it would behoove the board to hear what we've done thus far and terms of creating literature, flyers, where we've posted flyers. And I would look to the clerk to help fill in any gaps that I leave when I describe this. But we have created literature to describe the process and to notice public hearings. We've put it into the newspaper. Obviously, it's on the website. We are following the statute with our outreach. But I would also ask the board, and I hope I'm not overstepping in asking this, but if the board has any particular or different ideas about where we could be posting information, social media or within the community. I know we're posting flyers at Latin markets. We're posting flyers at the post office, the coffee shops, this sort of a thing. So, but this is obviously a countywide group effort. And if there are ideas that we haven't yet come up with, please do suggest to staff, either in this setting or individually. I think it would help us in terms of, doing as much as we can to get the public to attend these hearings. So just wanted to put that out there. And Queenie, please fill in any gaps if I left.
Now I do have a question. Is the Spanish newspaper El Sol still in circulation? If it is, we should definitely have something in there all the time. And the publisher, I think, is down in Bishop.
It's the same publisher as the Reader. Noe, I can't think of his last name. I think it's Noe. Thank you for that, Christy. It's good to know that, and that the flyer and the dates could be published in Spanish for the upcoming workshops all the way through will be helpful as well. Yes, Nate.
One question I may ask, and I'm not sure if the board has a strong opinion on this or not, but with regard to providing the redistricting website in Spanish, I mean, obviously we strongly agree and support that. There's a couple of different ways that it can be done, and for COVID, what was done is we had a human actually translating written English copy, and then we separately maintained a Spanish site. And the advantage of that is that we verify that the translation is accurate and that it hits all the right points. The challenge, which we realized quite a bit with COVID, was there's a lag, and there's a time commitment required to maintain two sites and to make sure that both are kept accurate and up to date. The alternative is something that we have done in a couple of other places during COVID, just not the main COVID site, which is to provide essentially a non-human inline electronic translation of the site. And that can be done and triggered automatically if the primary language of an individual is Spanish, or frankly any other language, and their computer or browser settings are set to that language preference, then the site is smart enough to dynamically or automatically translate the English content into that language. The value of that obviously is that we only have to maintain one site and that all the information is seamless, but we do risk some quality of translation. And so I asked just because as of today, the site will automatically translate based on browser settings, but we're not providing that functionality in the form of a slider or choosing a language or anything like that. And we have not yet translated any of the content into Spanish. And we know that that's something that needs to happen. So I don't know if there's any perspective or preference from the board standpoint, but certainly we take it into account as we decide the best way forward.
Well, I mean, just as my voice would be that I think the translation as you described would work and be sufficient, I believe, with having the interpreters here getting the word out in print material in Spanish. Just from using sites like that myself, I find that they work pretty well. But defer to my colleagues. Supervisor Corliss.
Yeah, I mean, I guess it would be okay. Maybe if someone could, a real human could read it and make sure there isn't anything really weird.
Yeah, that's a good suggestion. And I was actually thinking something similar is I'll have one of the bilingual individuals on my team take a look at the dynamic translation, the AI translation, and make sure that things seem okay. And if they do, then I think we'll maybe just go that direction unless there's a strong feeling to actually have live translation happen for the site.
I think it's just going to be hard to get, or difficult to challenging, whatever the right word is, to get participation. I mean, given what Supervisor Corliss said about, the statewide participation on redistricting, I just think it's going to be challenging, and there's no need to throw our hands up and give up, but it's just difficult. People have a lot going on, and I think to some degree, maybe a lot of people trust government, or those people just feel confident that we'll handle it and do the right thing. I don't know. Just my anecdotal thoughts on this. Yes, CAO Lawton, sorry.
I think from the staff side, at least from the CAO side, we'd welcome assistance in transcending translation and getting into real engagement with communities. And as members of the board, you're active on the ground in your communities, whatever advice, whatever locations you have to offer. I think we'd certainly want to take advantage of it. We could do a fantastic job at translating a website or posting the dates of the hearings and the locations, but there's no substitute for real meaningful community engagement. We, I think, developed a little bit of it during the peak of COVID, but certainly for this, which is a less salient issue for lots of people, getting that kind of response will be a challenge. And we could we certainly be welcome whatever help and advice you as supervisors can provide.
Let me throw in one last thought on the trying to reach the Latinx community. So I notice, in the community in Bridgeport, they are, as probably everywhere, very engaged with their phones. If there was a social media post with a, not a long video, a 3-minute YouTube video, and that starts getting shared around, that I think that'll get the attention that it's, this is what it is, more of a overview. I'm not sure that somebody's going to want to sit or click on a 30-minute recording of a meeting, but they will be interested. We could animate it some way. I don't mean with cartoon characters, but some way that catches their attention. Like, they're sharing all kinds of videos all the time. And I get them too, because I'm friends with, some of my employees or even some of their college-aged kids that have been on my Facebook thing. And so I'll see they're very active in the social media arena. And I think that's our best shot up here to get to that population and to everybody. We don't have a newspaper up here. There's a few key people that actually post good, positive, informative stuff, and that they'll get it passed around. And maybe if there was a series of 3-minute or 5-minute videos, it could get some interest. Even if we only get a few people out of it, that's better than nothing. They're not going to be tuning into board meetings, I don't think, whether they're in the evening or in the daytime, but they will, I think, have interest if we can get it to the right you know, sort of the right tone for sharing.
Yeah, and last thing I'll say on all of this is that we do have Justin Caparuso. He's very capable and knowledgeable, and I would definitely look to him for advice and input and suggestions and weigh that heavily. If there's no other public comment, no other comments from staff or my colleagues, I think I'll close the public hearing. And we will be back next week. I'll adjourn the meeting and we'll be back next week on the 21st. We have another public hearing next week on this matter. And have a good week. Thank you.